Don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed. We want black power. 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 That's right. That's what we want. Black power. We don't have to be ashamed of it.
This is not a regular, this is that boom, blah, blah, blah. Some they call it secular, I just call it black, black, black. Marcus Garvey, Bookman, Dottie, bring that army, black, black, black. Malcolm X and Kwame Ture, this is where I'm at. If you wanna talk to me about black, black, black. Haile Selassie the first, Negus Nagas, let's talk about that. Kaboom, Nanny Maroon and all the Maroons, let's talk about that. The real Underground Railroad, the first subway for black. The freedom train begins with your brain. Get in on track. Whether justice or injustice, how do you react? Can you stand there laughing while they shoot us in the black? This is what some rappers sound like every time they rap. I'm raising up the red and the green and the black. Even with no cops in the hood, we still hear click, clack. I cannot forget my ancestors just because I rap. Look at me from top to bottom. KRS is black. Get up, get out, speak out, reach out. This is what black about. Get up, get out, speak out, reach out. This is what I rap about. Get up, get out, speak out, reach out. Too many selling out. Get up, get out, reach out, lift out, get out. Time to ask the question now, are you really black? It is not a mystery, we under attack. If you're chatting for free, you whole our people black. Time to put aside the fantasy and deal with fact. This is not the time to be talking all that crap. Those that talk that crap, or those that don't fight back. You can say what you like, but real skill I never lack. Black is more a consciousness, the way you think and act. Yo, get up, get out, speak out, reach out. This is what black about. Get up, get out, speak out, reach out. This is what I rap about. Get up, get out, speak out, reach out. Too many selling out. Get up, get out, reach out, lift out, get out, lights out.
We have stayed here and we begged the president. We begged the federal government. That's all we've been doing, begging. It's time we stand up and take over. We have to do what every group in this country did. We got to take over the communities where we outnumber people so we can have decent jobs, so we can have decent houses, so we can have decent roads, so we can have decent schools, so we can have decent justice.
Yes, indeed. It is the Temple of Hip Hop broadcasting live. I just sat down, y'all, so forgive me right now because I just scarfed down some really good food. And getting into the video, didn't realize that we was going to play just one video. We usually, you got when we do this, we play several videos at the top. And so on. So this one we was just only playing one video because we got a lot to go over today. In that sense. So let me get myself organized. First of all, I need some water. I'm gonna go get some of that. And no real announcements. As you guys know, we're talking about American history. American history. We talked about a little bit about it last week.
we talked a little bit about it last week, but there was a piece and a piece we played at the end that I want to play again because it's very important to our understanding of American history, even Black history too. I can't even front, but American history and everyone included in it, and these names and these titles and these labels that we are calling ourselves within this history. Now, usually when we start, I don't just get into it. Obviously, I allow a few more people to come into our session. But that last note, righteousness. Before, I usually talk and let a few more people come in. I'm only going to talk for a little while because, like I said, we got a lot to go over. We're going to discuss history today. We're going to discuss history. This light don't come on, right? Oh, yes, it does. Oh, come on now. Light me up. All right, hold on. I'm just getting my notes together. While I say that, let me entertain this week's scandal. As well, you said 91, right? Right. Yeah. That's what it was.
Page 665.
Right. Entertain this week's scandal. I don't know if you guys saw or not, but I seem to have upset one of my colleagues, a guy named Leland, who is the president of Sugar Hill Records. And obviously an old interview that I did resurfaced where I was pointing out that older Blacks are ripping off. Matter of fact, I don't even want to get more brutal with it right now, but what was said then was that older Blacks, I was making a point that we had an opportunity as Black people to be in a much better position than where we are today. And one of the reasons why we are in the situations we're in today, and people don't want to hear that part, but one of the reasons why we're in the socio-political situation is because of how hip-hop was treated when it first emerged. This was a Black movement culture. This culture comes out of Black culture. And here you have young Black talent coming up. And older Black people are exploiting these kids. They're not telling us nothing. They're not giving us nothing. They're just, and most are saying, what you're doing is bullshit. Now, we all know that this is the case. This is the case. Okay, we all know it. It's documented. We've all experienced it. Well, most of us have experienced it. But now, because I guess it's coming, my point was, the line was that Sugar Hill is the worst record label ever. So something to that effect I must have said. And although, maybe not the worst ever, there's a couple of others that could be under that list as well. But if we are to talk about a list of record companies that damaged hip hop, not just made money for or put out the first record, but damaged the culture, you got to look at Sugar Hill Records. You got to look at B-Boy Records. You got to look at, and not even B-Boy Records, because that was that was two young dudes trying to make it. We called ourselves B-Boy Records, and these older Blacks just came and took the company from us. They knew we didn't know, and they took advantage of our ignorance. Now everybody's ashamed and mad and want to talk, say, oh no, it didn't go down like this, and it didn't go down like that, and it didn't do it. So this is this week's scandal. As KRS-ONE speaks the truth once again. Dudes can't take it, and they can't take it because it's the truth. The truth of the matter is, we were supposed to unite. What we are doing now as older, but we are the older Black people right now in 2022. This is why we're starting our union, Hip Hop Alliance. This is why the Temple of Hip Hop exists. This is why we are engaging our youth, or those that we can reach, those that are interested, even because many youth reject this whole thing in youth. But you got to know that an institution that's preaching peace, love, unity, and safely having fun through breaking, MCing, graffiti writing, DJing, you got to know that we are progressing. This is progress. We didn't have this back in the day. The organizations that were supposed to support, not even support, forget support, were supposed to protect us, dropped the ball. And nobody wants to take responsibility for that. That's the problem. Where was the AFFM? Those are my buddies too, but I will say, where was the AFFM back when hip hop was first started? Where was SAG-AFTRA back when hip hop was first started? Where was the NAACP, the National Urban League? All of these, where was all of these organizations when hip hop was first started? These are the organizations that would have protected us, at least came to us or questioned the record company on their practices. But that wasn't even the thought in the 70s, or if it was, people deliberately just did not do it. So this is what the issue really is. I caught an interview the other day. I saw some Leland's response. You know what I'm saying? And big up, you know, to those. You know, respect to Leland and to, I'm trying to think of the other two people's name in the interview, but respect to them for speaking. Look, KRS-ONE makes a statement and how he feels about the situation. You have all the right to speak how you feel about the situation. I come with facts and evidence, though, straight up and down. I come with straight facts, straight evidence, and this is what it is. And everybody knows what it is. And we got to clean our act up. We got to clean this up. So that's what it really points to. I'm not trying to incriminate nobody, diss nobody, put nobody down, this, that, and the other. I always say respectfully. We speak respectfully. We're not disrespecting nobody. But if you can't speak the truth without having your emotions attached to it, then how are we supposed to move forward? You know, how are we supposed to move forward? We're supposed to correct and fix stuff, not hide from the you know, whatever the imbalance was. We're gonna hide from it so it remains an imbalance. So we're gonna say, nah, that's not how it went down, so that we never get to the next place. No, that's not how it goes down. And by the way, just on a person, I'm not talking personally, but I will add that to make a distinction. Personally, Sugar Hill Records stole Criminal Minded as well. They're part of the group that distributed and sold Criminal Minded, knowing that me and Scott got ripped off for the album. Everybody knew that from the time Criminal Minded came out, okay, everybody in the hood knew our story. And then when Scott was killed, then the story just came out. Everybody knew that our record label was whack and was ripping us off. It was a known story. So, and I put it in my rhymes. Known story. So if you think about this, you know these two dudes, one is killed, the other one is trying to keep going. And you know, you can't say you didn't know. You knew that these dudes was coming out of a bad deal. You still bought the product. You still bought the product. You knew it was stolen goods, and you still bought it. This is what the issue actually is. But now, in the United States, as we will learn in this history, stealing is cool. As long as you don't get caught or nobody pointing, you can steal all day. And they got rules and stuff to steal it. They got rules to it and how you're supposed to steal and how you can. And this is what it's all about. So if you unprotected coming up, people just take advantage of you. And that's what happened to us as kids. Now the dudes that took advantage of us don't want to hold up to taking advantage of us. And then on top of that, okay, let's say that was the past. We was all young and stupid. Let's just say that. What's up with today? Give me my money now. Sugar Hill never settled with me or any artist for that matter. Matter of fact, I just saw an article Sha-Rock wrote. She said, no, we've been to court with these dudes back and forth. And the judge says, yes, you got to pay. And they just don't pay. Nobody said that in the interview that they was talking about. Because these are the facts, the court facts, the evidence, scientific. We in the university with this. We're not just mouthing off and talking. No, there's evidence and documentation to everything we're saying. And it don't look good for these dudes. It don't look good. Not only did you sell Criminal Minded and you knew it was stolen goods, the dude Jack Allen, everybody knew who he was, came to you, sold you the record. You gonna sell it. Now keep in mind, they got it 4 years later, 87, so 88, 89, 90, 91, okay? In 1991, Criminal Minded was the biggest album ever, okay? All this about, oh, it was on its way out. Go check the stats. Criminal Minded was a small album when it first came out. In 87, it was sold, you know, it trickled and trickled. 88 came, when Scott's death came, the album sales went up. 88 came, I dropped another album, By All Means Necessary, sales went up. People kept going back to my first thing. So in 4 years, the Criminal Minded album was stupid. Okay, that was it for hip hop. Criminal Minded. Don't get it twisted. That album was never, oh, it didn't sell and this, that, and the other. Nah, Criminal Minded sells today. Go ask Universal Publishing. Go ask Sony. This is selling today. So imagine back in 1991, them dudes was getting money. And like I said in the interview, I said, yo, I don't mind this. I don't, you know, it's not that I don't mind. It's whack to know the thieves that are taking your stuff. Okay, it's whack that if they claim that they are your friends too. They want to take pictures with you, shake hands with you, shuck and jive, and say they down with you while taking your family resources, while not dealing with you ethically, morally. Nothing that they did was illegal. It was immoral, unethical. That's what happened. And now we're all getting older and the pain, the guilt is starting to set in now. The guilt's starting to set in because not only did they sell Criminal Minded, okay, the album Criminal Minded, they made singles off of it. They not only sell the album, they took singles with the Sugar Hill label on it. Now I know, you know, Leland right there. So we said, okay, you know, like, what are we supposed to do? Take this dude to court, fight in the street? Like, what are we supposed to do? You're ripping us off. We know it. Look at all of the Sugar Hill artists. Look at all of them. We're all walking around unresolved with this issue. And nobody wants to resolve it because nobody wants to talk about it. Because ain't nobody speaking the truth. Well, that's not the temple of hip hop, and that's not KRS-ONE. The truth will get spoken here. I'm not dissing nobody, but if something happened, it happened. It's a fact. You know, so there it is. So that's this week's scandal. So look, we up to about 100 people now. Funny how scandal brings a crowd. But I could start the teaching that we're actually going to do today. So look, you know, just to put a period on that other piece. So look, this is what it is. I have a list of record companies that I think really damaged hip hop, and they owe reparations to hip hop straight up and down. They need to correct the wrongs that they did in the past, or just step off. You know what I'm saying? You ain't part of the culture. You ain't part of the community. If you ain't trying to make things better, You ain't trying to resolve. We all made mistakes. We all was wild, okay? And we can't, nobody's blaming nobody for nothing. We were young, but now we ain't young. We was ignorant before. Now we ain't ignorant. How we going to resolve this today? I'm unresolved myself. I'm not talking. They said in the interview, I'm listening to hearsay. I'm listening to hearsay. KRS always listen to other artists and hearsay. That's all he can listen to is them. He has no evidence. He has no proof. Well, here it is, and it's not even my proof or evidence. Go check the labels that robbed Criminal Minded. Or just ask yourself a common sense question. Chris, did you ever get paid royalties from the Sugar Hill label for Criminal Minded? The answer is no. And the answer is no, because they take the position that I could buy stolen goods, and the person who stole the goods, that you got to take care of the people you stole from. We just can take the stolen goods, make all the money off of it, give these people nothing. And this is supposed to be cool, right? Get the fuck out of here. This shit is not cool. And KRS-ONE gonna make your ass know it ain't cool. Fat Beats, Def Jam, Sugar Hill Records. Nah, you don't get away with that shit. So at the end of the day, real nigga shit over here. Okay? You don't get away with that. No. Now, we was quiet before, we was cool before, we was good before. I said even in the interview, it don't bother me, really. You know what I'm saying? It's all, I understand what happened. I understand it. And so as the years roll out, you try to make amends. You get a little here, you get a little there, but we all hustling and scheming and planning with and against each other. That's the music business. Don't play the game if you soft. Now, if you're going to get in the game, you're going to get in the game. So I don't complain. Dudes rip me outright, okay? But I said, I learned now. I learned. I know how to protect myself. Everything I learned. But now I'm supposed to be quiet about what actually happened. I'm not hitting you with lawyers or attorneys. I'm just telling what happened. This is what happened. That's it. Now, I don't know what else to say. This is what happened. But you know what? We're in a climate right now, and this will lead me over to the teaching. We're in a climate right now where people deny truth for their own personal benefit. That's where we are right now. Truth deniers. You see it in the government, now politics. You see it going on everywhere. People are outright wilding, okay? And you still support them. They outright hypocrites and contradicting themselves. You still supporting them though, right? They can't prove their case. They have no evidence for nothing. They just mouthing and you still supporting them. And see, this is why some people make it and 99% don't. This is the reason. This is the reason why the 1% wins. This is the reason right here, because look at how the 99% act. Look at how they deal with themselves. Look at how you treat each other. Then look at how the 1% treat each other. They're cooperating with each other. They're forgiving each other. They know crimes have been committed amongst themselves, toward themselves. But if we can make amends and move on for the betterment of everything, let's just skip that. You see nations do this all the time. Nation goes to war. We fight, one wins. And then the next thing you know, we all friends again. Now, of course, some of these countries get made over. after the war, some of these countries get straight made over, like Japan. But for the most part, you know, you like America and Britain, you know, or Germany. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, no, you're not really making that whole thing over. That's a couple of thousand year history going there. a couple of hundred-year history going in. No. This some stuff is what it is. And this was so look, let's just start with the lesson. People denying truth. People denying truth. And you can't be a teacher of hip hop denying truth. That's the one thing. I mean, you can deny water, you can deny a couch, you can deny, but you can't deny the truth. Okay, as a teacher, okay, you cannot, that's the one thing you cannot deny or say, I didn't see, I don't know. No, you're a teacher, and you're a teacher of hip hop. So you have to pay attention to facts, to evidence, and to truth. Facts, evidence, and truth. And that means that your argument is always building. Your argument is always growing. We don't have no solid argument like, yo, this is what it is. No, it's not like that. This is what it is right now. And why is it like that? Because here's the evidence. Here's the facts of life. Here's what we're going through. So if we're going to continue to go through this, here's what we got to do right now. Now, the minute this is defeated, we ain't got to do this no more. We move on to something else. So knowledge is constantly growing, constantly evolving, and constantly developing. We should not get stuck in old knowledge, get stuck in present knowledge. Everything that I'm teaching is teaching you how to think. Not what to think, but how to expand your understanding of subjects so that your intelligence expands. Because that's what intelligence is, understanding. You know, people hear the word intelligence and they be like, woo, intelligence. Nah, sorry. Intelligence, it only means understanding. It's the ability to understand. How much can you understand? And your understanding is not based on any mental ability. Your understanding is based on your emotional abilities. Get that. Your character dictates what you're going to understand. Did you hear me? Your character is going to dictate what you will understand. So based on your character, if you don't have a character of justice, you won't understand it. And on top of that, you won't understand other things like wisdom and balance, everything that justice entails. Discernment, wisdom, discipline, patience, these things. You won't understand these things, or you'll hear the word, but it won't be as serious to you as whatever it is your character professes. So this is why we teach character at the Temple of Hip Hop. We have something called a divine performance. Divine performance lays out our character, just so that we all know how we all supposed to be acting toward one another. Let's just write it down and put it in the book. Now, if you don't agree, there it is. You don't agree. And there it is. You're just not part of our society. But if you do agree that we should be loving one another, concerned with each other's health, trying to educate one another, support one another. If I'm not supposed to be robbing you and you're not supposed to be robbing, we agree that you and I can live crimelessly. We don't have to hate, hurt, harm one another. This is what it means. Now, there are some that are so immature, they can't even get to this. They can't even get to that. And this is the whole world. This is why we teach what we teach as a temple globally. If we could just agree to be a crimeless society, all our problems go away. All of them. All. Did you hear the word all? I should type it up here somehow. Did you hear the word all? All of our problems go away. The root cause to any community's problem is disunity and a lack of respect for its own traditions. That's how slaves start, period. Matter of fact, it's a lack of respect for your own traditions that causes the disunity. You don't respect Dr. King? I mean, really respect, not just call his name. Yeah, he was the OG. Nah, did you read the 5 books that he wrote? Do you understand that he was arrested 17 times? The original criminal-minded over here, okay, is Dr. King. Okay, come on. Do you respect that legacy? What the man got his head blown off for? Do you respect that? You see, some of us do, and we dedicate our lives to that. Others don't. No judgment, but let's keep it real. You don't love Malcolm X. I love Malcolm. You don't love Kwame Ture. I love Kwame Ture. You don't love Dr. King. You don't love Garvey. Shout out to my son, Chris. He's actually meeting with Marcus Garvey's son. Marcus Garvey's surviving son is 90 years old. He's going to be in Britain while we're all there. Chris set up a meeting for all of us. Well, really him and I, if I may selfishly. But we can meet with Marcus Garvey's son, his surviving son, who's 90 years old. And he's coming into Britain for other I guess a lecture or some other stuff. But it'd be great to ask questions, potent questions you want to know right now and continue the Garvey struggle right there. I love Garvey, straight up and down. That's my ancestor. I agree with his platform. I understood what he was trying to do. That's where I'm at. I ain't putting that on nobody else. I'm not pushing that on nobody else because Garvey had flaws too. So you could ask his two wives. They have a whole different perspective of Garvey, okay? But when I'm into this man's personal life, I'm talking about him as a Black leader, which is the only thing I can discuss. I was not in his personal life. So the only proximity I have to my ancestor is his knowledge, is his wisdom, is his words, what he stood for, his character, what he professed. And if you don't respect that, if you don't love that, you know, and it's a Garvey in every culture too, by the way. You Latino, white, Native American, whatever you are, find the Garvey in your culture, find the Dr. King in your culture and love that dude or that woman or those people. And how do you show your love? You show your love with continuing their cause, giving your life to their life, to continue the life. What was the cause? Whatever it was. John Lennon said, all we need is love, love. Love is all we need. I love this dude, okay? Why would you not want to continue that? Because your brain's too small. That's why. Because you're immature. That's why. And I'm not saying this in a diss. It's true. It's true. Your intelligence is too small. It's too limited to housewives of Atlanta. That's your E equals MC squared. It's Family Feud. It's these bullshit shows. And this is how you conduct your life. Listen to bullshit music, watching bullshit shows, talking bullshit, and then you get 60, and now it's a problem. Nah, that's why the elders have to teach the young kids now. And those that have ears to hear it. Don't be an idiot. Somebody's telling you something that's real. And you're going to sit there and, oh, I don't know. Look, it is what it is. Okay, it is what it is. A teacher's teachings have to first show up on the teacher. Okay. So I'm showing you something that I don't see anybody else showing anybody. I wish there were other teachers that I could refer to and say, yo, after this, go watch him or her. No, you're looking at hip hop's master teacher. That's it. And I'm trying to make some friends on this apparatus here to say, hey, do you guys think the same way I do? Do you feel like this? Do you feel like we have an opportunity to create civilization again? I mean, do you really feel it? Do you really know that we are the Dr. King? We are the Marcus Garvey. We are the Booker T. Washingtons. We are the W.E.B. Du Bois. We are these people now. We're Medgar Evers. We are these people. Now, everybody don't feel that. They feel like they some other people. But if you feel like you part of that group that's about justice and about real change and rolling up your sleeves to get something done, that's what we about. And we can't have no lies here. We can't have no mistrust here. We can't have no betrayal here. We can't have no sellouts here. That's what the movement is about. So having said that, we're going to talk now about history, y'all. Because before I even read the gospel of hip hop, like before we can get into the way in which the gospel of hip hop approaches history and approaches American history, I'm going to read you another excerpt from my upcoming book, Black Owstery. Because Black Owstery takes what the temple is saying actually what the gospel of hip hop is saying in what is a passage called The Origins of Hip Hop, where we're going to go over this as well. I call the concept super historical hip hop. And I'll explain what that means, super historical hip hop. I'll explain that in a minute. But the gospel speaks about super historical hip hop. And this was written before, obviously, Black Owstery. Now with Black Owstery, I was able to really flush that out as a lesson plan, which is what I want to read to you now, for you to think differently about history, or not even differently. You can still have your old thoughts, but add this thought to your understanding of history, because this is the truth. This is the facts on history. What we're doing is we're quoting also from the Oxford English Dictionary, and we're quoting from the American Heritage Dictionary as well. You know, these are our standard go-to reference books as well. We deal with the etymology of words, the history of words. Those who are with us just now, you're making me think this. Let me just say it. The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. We began in 1996 with the affirmation, I am hip hop. We went on to say, you are not just doing hip hop, you are hip hop. Rap is something we do, hip hop is something we live. This created our understanding of hip hop and launched the actual hip hop culture, which culminated in May 16, 2001 at the United Nations with 300 hip hoppers, world dignitaries, journalists, and others to sign the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace in the same year, 2001. Since then, we've been building our nation. It's been about 20 years. We've been doing this work, and it is the work that informs our study. We don't need to listen to the hearsay of other rappers, although I love hearing the hearsay of other rappers, no doubt. It's called testimony. And that's what it's called, testimony. And we do have the testimony of other rappers. But this is not what this is. This is a coordination of thinking. This lesson I'm about to teach right now really can go to anyone studying history. But this is a specific hip hop take because it's original to hip hop. This particular take on history is original to hip hop. So let's get started. So this piece is called History and the Historian. History, in its common and most widely understood sense, as a form of documenting the past, is defined by the Oxford English Dictionary as, quote, and let me just adjust this real quick. I'm going to move this back a little bit so I can push this up here. I'm exposing more of my surroundings here. Yeah. Okay. Let me just hit you with that again. History, in its common and most widely understood sense, as a form of documenting the past, is defined by the Oxford English Dictionary as, quote, a written narrative. This is what history is. We're going to break this down. You might want to get some notes or maybe record this. Well, it's being recorded as well, but if you want these salient notes right now, you may want to get something to write with or record with. Oxford English Dictionary, history in its common sense, this is what we're talking about, quote, a narrative written constituting a continuous methodical record in order of time of important or public events, especially those connected with a particular country, people, individual, etc. End quote. Let me hit you with this one more time. History, quote, a written narrative a written narrative constituting a continuous methodical record in order of time of important or public events, especially those connected with a particular country, people, individual, etc. End quote. It is and this is a second definition now, quote, it is, quote, the whole train of events connected with a particular country, society, person, thing, etc., and forming the subject of his or its history. It is, quote, a course of existence of life or career, a course of existence worthy of record, end quote. You hear this last part here? A course of existence worthy of record. So what is history? History is really record. If you don't have a, record is what history is supposed to be. It's what it actually is. In fact, the word is not even history. The word is record. And when you look at the etymology, I'm not going at here, but just speaking to you, when you look at the word record, and not just records like vinyl records, but the word record, to record. Re meaning again, cord. The align is the definition of a cord, is a line, a lineage, a continuation is the cord. To record, to look again at the lineage, to relineage, to record really means to continue what it is that you are studying. It doesn't mean just to look at it, study it, and then back off of it. That might be history. Because history is a story, as we will learn. History is a story, but a record is your reconnection to the cord, to the line. Let's go forward. And this last part, worthy of record. Okay, a course of existence. It says a life or career, a course of existence worthy of record. We're going to get into that as well. Who's determining who's worthy? And this is how the history is being built. Okay, this is how history is made as we look at American history. The American Heritage Dictionary explains, quote, history as a chronological record of events. There's that word again, record, chronological record of events as of the life or development of a people or institution, often including an explanation of or commentary on those events. Now we're getting a little deeper because the historian not only, according to this definition, the historian not only creates a chronological order of events as of the life or development of a people or institution. But this historian now in the American Heritage Dictionary also explains the history to you. So we're now not just, notice the Oxford English Dictionary, which predates the American Heritage, but notice the Oxford English Dictionary is straight to the point, saying it is a written narrative constituting a continuous methodical record in order of time or importance, public events, especially those connected with a particular country, people, individual. Okay, the whole train of events connected with a particular country, society, person, thing, and forming the subjects of his or her history. It is a course of existence of life or career, and course of existence worthy of record. Now, that's the English, British perspective of history. Now, the American Heritage says that you could do all that, but we also going to explain. We're going to give you a little bit. We're going to give you our opinion. Basically, we're going to give you our opinion. Okay, we're going to do the chronological record of events, but we're not going to focus on the chronological records of events. We're going to focus on what the story is of those events. You better hear what I'm saying. I can't say this. I'm going forward, y'all. Okay, take the notes. Record is not a story. Okay, record is something else. A story is something else. The American version of history is more concerned with the story being told. The British version of history is more concerned with who's worthy of even being recorded. Now, this is the character of history from the British and the American. Why am I over here with Britain and America? Because we speak English. Or in fact, the Brits will tell you we speak American. And then Americans will tell you we speak Black vernacular English. And then some of those dudes will tell you, no, it's just Ebonics. And then some of those dudes will go down and say, no, it's hip hop. Who gets to determine anything? The dude with the gun. We went over this last week. So let's continue on. History is presented to tell a story about specific people, places, and or things. In the long run, the factual recording of a people, a place, or a thing is not as important as the story being told about those people, places, and things through history. There is history, which is record, and then there is the story that's told through that record. When it comes to a people, a culture, it is the story, the description, the collective tradition, as well as the vision of those people that are explained in their story or their history. Such a history is supposedly a continuous record of past events or simply public record. But in academic circles, history is thought to be a critical analysis of something or someone memorable. Okay, you got that? Critical analysis of something or someone memorable. This is a third definition of history. First one is Oxford English, the British perspective. Second one is the American Heritage Dictionary, American perspective. And now we're going into the academic perspective, meaning universities, colleges, institutions, learning institutions. They throw the word history around as a critical analysis of something or someone memorable. A critical analysis of something or someone memorable. It must also be noted here that the terms historic and historical do not always hold the same meanings. Get this. Historical is basically anything or anyone that existed in the past. You got that? Historical, to be historical, is basically anything or anyone that existed in the past. Whereas the term historic relates to one's influence on that past. A person of the past is historical, but the actions, the influences, and or importance of such a person in that past is historic. The meaning of the past is historic. The past is just historic. Anything in the past is historical, but the meaning of that in the past is historic. Historical refers to the study of the past. It is like saying historical is the study of what is historic. Grandmaster Flash is a historical figure, but his manipulation of the turntable and mixer was historic. He's historical. He's a figure of the past. But what he invented was historic. It was worthy of note, something to be remembered. This is interesting to our study because under these definitions of history and historic and historical, we can see how historian is actually choosing what is memorable or worthy of note. Out of all that is going on in global human activity, the historian is choosing what is noteworthy or important to his readership or community. Therefore, if the activities of another culture or community is deemed not worthy of note or is considered unimportant by the historian or the the historian is unaware of such activities, as well as the people that cause such activities, can be omitted from that historian's historical writings. Africans in the Americas have learned this historical fact the hard way. We have learned that we are indeed a historical people, but our activities in the past have not been seen as historic by white colonial historians. Thus, it is as if our past in their history never happened. Because of this, Africans in America have learned that all colonial histories are not to be trusted, and all we have is a colonial history. Did you hear what I said? We can't trust none of these colonial histories. And all we have is a colonial history. Remember, our African ancestors was told at gunpoint they couldn't read, they should not read, and they should not write or count. And white folk were told, if we catch any of y'all teaching them how to read, write, or count, it's whippings, lynchings, and all types of other psychopathic behavior. So where's this African-American narrative coming from the people who actually were the so-called enslaved? They couldn't read, they couldn't write, not they couldn't read, they were forbidden. In this history, these people ain't writing. Our ancestors are not writing, okay, in this history. And even if they did write, this history is omitting that. So what exactly is Black history? Ugh, don't give it away. Don't give it away. Give it away now. No. See, indoctrination is too quick and easy. Native Americans will tell you that. That assimilation process and all that, that's too quick and easy. Nah, let's go deeper, y'all. Let's go deeper with this, because what I'm explaining to you here is how history is formed and how American history is formed. These are colonial criminals telling you what your past was like. You see, I said last week that the philosopher, the philosophical approach to history is not just to read the history and say, oh, this is what happened. No, first let's check the character of the author of the history so we can know what we're reading. Because the character of the author is going to tell you what they don't want to see, what they didn't see. Like there's other things going on, they just don't see it. So their perspective of history becomes your entire, their opinion of their limited scope and possible corruption on that history has now become your entire view of the past. See, this is why philosophers study time, not just history. History is a made-up term, some stupid term that these colonial people came up with to control masses of people by manipulating their past. But when you dig deep into it, you begin to see, no, wait a minute. I only have one history, and that's my history. My journal is my history. You better start writing a journal. You want your kids to know what really went down? Start writing a journal. Because that's going to be their real history, is what your parents and your ancestors wrote about themselves and what they intended for you. That's your real history. American history is not your real history. African history ain't your real history. So don't get it twisted. None of this, no history is real, because all history is the opinion of the historian. Let's read on, y'all. Thus, it is as if our past in their history never happened. I'm reading this again. Because of this, Africans in America have learned that all colonial histories are not to be trusted, and all we have is a colonial history. History in a colonial sense is literally his story, literally. It is his story. The white male colonist story. The capitalist story. His story of his world. This is what we are calling American history. This is common knowledge amongst us, and this very historical fact is also part of our collective history. The fact that we're only learning from white male, aristocratic, land-owning, colonial white males. We all know this, yet we still rely on the same history to tell us what reality is today, and also to tell us who we are. See, this is what I mean about character moving your understanding, which is your intelligence. If you don't have the right character, you believe this bullshit. And not this is what I'm writing. You'll believe that Lincoln freed the slaves. You'll believe that George Washington was an upstanding human being. And that's all he was. You'll believe these outrageous stories that the U.S. Constitution was signed with everyone in the room and we were all dressed correctly. And if you go back to American history, when you dig deep, deep, deep into American history, it's all cartoons. Did you hear me? When you go back for the evidence of Western civilization, and in terms of their claims, it's all art. It's all cartoon. There's no photograph. And the ones who did the photographing, meaning etched their names, their likenesses in stone, those are the ones that were invaded and robbed, and history erased, and now so-called slaves in the United States. That's who we're being hidden from. This is what white colonial culture, and you got to say colonial culture because all white folk ain't with this. It's a certain group and their Native American and Black African allies too that join in on this. I don't care about humanity. Give me all the money I need. I ain't got to worry about you and what happens to you as long as I get my money. That consciousness, that low level of humanity where you ain't even big enough to include another human. You ain't big enough to, I'm saying, can you include a nation, millions of humans? Can you empathize with hundreds of people? Now, I'm not asking for that yet. First, with your character, can you just empathize with one? Dudes is so limited in their consciousness that you can't understand. Like you can't understand. And that's what we're reading here. That's why I'm reading this to you, because I'm helping you to understand something. We're talking about history. We're talking about how you view your past. We're philosophers here, so we don't just study or discuss history. We're discussing time. Time. Okay? What is the past to you? Not what is American history. That's not your past. What exactly is your past? Have you thought about that? Maybe we should think about it more often. Because your past is, your history is not the history of your race. Your real history is not the history of race. Race don't exist. It don't exist in nature. Nature determines what's real. The universe determines what's real, not a government or an immigration. What's real? If you can't discern, we talked about this too in philosophy, if you can't discern what is real from what is fake, this is philosophy. Do you know the real from the fake? Do you know the cause from the effect? Do you know what is real and what is illusion? To have that thought clears away all the lies, because you can get right to the point and see what dude is lying. You can get right to the point and see what dude's telling the truth. You can get right to the point and say, this is the direction we need to go. Why? Because I'm wise. What's wisdom? I make the right decisions. I have the ability to make the right decisions. That's what wisdom is. Discernment. I have the ability to make the right decisions. Some people's mentality is so small that they don't make the right decisions. They always make the wrong decisions. And you see them, you see it in their life, and you hear it out their mouth. Philosophers could always tell where a person is going by the first 4 words out their mouth. I know exactly where you're going. I can look at your lifestyle. I can see how you act, your character. I know exactly where you're going. Don't matter whether you right or wrong, or you know you're a star or not, or you got money today or no money tomorrow. None of that matters. These things are not important. What's important is, who are you as a man, as a woman? What do you believe yourself to be? How broad is your understanding even of yourself? Do you have a limited understanding of yourself? Do you think you're worthless? Are you trying to come up to the standard of criminals? These are the questions that lead to a higher level of thinking. They're not really questions to be answered. They're questions to help you think about a higher you. You're not your history. History is a socio-political invention for the control of populations, period. If you gotta have a history, if you say, I gotta know something of my past, you can either go ask your parents and their parents and so on and say, Chris, wait a minute, how can I answer this? Come on, my grandmother, she's not here no more. My ancestors, she's not here no more. Limited thinking. Broaden that out a little bit. Broaden it out a little bit. Here's what I want you to think about. Broaden that out a little bit. Broaden that thinking out a little bit. You are the latest version of your great-grandmother, great-grandfather, great-great-grandmother, great-great-grandfather, great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great. You are carrying all of them with you right now, and some other people with you right now. You are the latest fact in your lineage. You're the latest one. You're the latest one. So, the more you understand your own traits, your own likes, your own dislikes, the more you communicate with your ancestors. You don't listen. You don't have to talk to your ancestors, because people like me, I'm from the first humans, straight up. Look at my face. Look at my, I can't get, I'm a Neanderthal. Okay, I just had to deal with that. I'm Homo sapiens sapien, okay? I'm one of them dudes, okay, from way back, okay? How do I communicate with my ancestors? First of all, I look at how I look. I don't look like everybody. I don't look like everybody. I look like me. But we all know that all humans look like other humans. All humans got a resemblance. Some even go as far as to say there's a double of you somewhere in this world. There's a double. But we all resemble. Now, there's some humans that are tall, like me. I'm a tall human. Okay? Tallness is my history. That's my true history, is tallness. My true history is the history of people with my head, my nose, my lips, my eyes, my ears. Who else had these ears and this nose? Can I see my nose in history? Yeah. It's on the nose of the kings. It's on the nose of the Olmecs from Mexico. It's on the temple walls in Kemet. Right. Oh, here's my history. Here it is. Not some cotton plantation. No, show me the picture of my fathers from 5,000 years ago. Why you don't want to show me the picture of my father from 12,000 years ago? You got him. Why you don't want to show me because it would prove my divinity. It would prove my royalty. It would prove that you're a thief of my resources. Now, if you can't comprehend that, keep your mentality like that. You small thinking. I got to put it to you like that. I got to get in your face right now. No disrespect, no nothing, but we talking about consciousness, intelligence, understanding. If you can't understand that America is a colonial enterprise, okay, none of us belong here, including the Native Americans, okay? Nobody belong here. Everybody coming from somewhere else, a nation of immigrants. Now, immigrant is a polite way of saying colonists. That's it. There was good colonists. There were bad colonists. We happen to have a questionable colonists. But these colonists are colonists. They are invaders. They are only here to take the resources of the land, and that's it, and enslave the people. This is history. This is what we've been going through. We all know this. This is the only reason why Britain is in America. The only reason was colonies. 13 colonies. They here killing people, invading people. Horrible, horrible crimes against humanity. You just don't see it. All the evidence is destroyed. The people burned and shipped out of the country even. If you can't see that, then you're doomed to be under those people's vision of the past. You got to know what the past is. You got to know what record is, and you got to know what history is. History is the story of the historian. That's what history is. It's a story told through the evidence of record. Record has evidence, but we're not just going to look at the evidence. We're going to tell a story about the evidence. And that is what we're getting as history. And that's why history is always debated, because it's interpretive. Once you get down to the record and you get down to the evidence, you can interpret it differently. But if you don't have the evidence and you don't know the record, the historian who has the evidence in the record, who's telling a story about the evidence in the record, you only get, like, your record and evidence your record and evidence of history of the past is based on the opinion or the use of the historian, the historian's use of record and evidence. The historian's opinion of the record and the evidence is now your fact, your truth regarding your past. This is your truth. African Americans arrived Jamestown, Virginia, 1619. There are PhDs that are pushing that lie. African American studies scholars. Yeah, you know, we came here on slave ships and we got to do better. Are you out of your mind? We made the concept of ship, slave ship, the concept of floating on water is African. What are you talking about? Where do you start yourself? On a slave ship? But guess what? I can talk to, I'm blue in the face. It should be a long time. But if you believe this, it don't matter what I say. Your character is what's going to determine what you know or don't know. So if you can't come to the conclusion of what history really is, I'm telling you, history is what? History is the development of your teeth, the development of your nose, the development of your skin complexion. Why are you light skinned? Why are you dark skinned? Why are you whatever skin? That's the history, and not race, but the color of you has a history. The color of you has a history to it, not the race, not the story that we're going to tell about the color. Like we see the color, but we're gonna say this one's good, that one's bad, this one should have everything, that one should have nothing, this one has no existence. We're putting all that on the color. Why can't we just look at the color? Let's just look at the color and determine the history based on that. Why may you be fair skin or light skin, black? And that says, well, you might have mixed ancestry. That's part of your history. Not the racial white, black, but that you had two different kinds of humans come together to make you. Now that could be a beautiful thing. I say could because some people got problems. I think it's a beautiful thing to make new humans. I won't get into that. It's not what we're talking about. But I'm into new humans with new human abilities and able to understand and maneuver between things and so on. And whatever. And hip hop's gonna need this kind of mixture for us to really, move. For me, my family's black. I have a black family. What can I say? But no, the future of my family is going to be mixed. The future of hip hop is going to be mixed. In fact, hip hop may be the only real shelter those children have for self-identity, because everybody else is still stuck on race and hip hop is not. And so by default, those who share multiple races or share no race at all, there's going to be only one or two places for these people to congregate. And hip hop is one of those places. One of those that looks past these illusions on humanity. We're interested in your character, not what you look like. We're interested in well, if you say what you look like, well, then what does your mother look like? And not look like from a critical, so I'm talking about beauty and, or ugly or this and that. No. What did you look like? Did the kings look like this? Did your ancestors look like this? Did your grandmother look like this? You look like this because your great grandmother did. You feel like this because you like coffee. Why? Because your father did. You like this food. Why? Because your great grandmother used to cook it. You like this because this is your real history. The history of you is your real history. As the so-called standard goes, there are two main kinds of historical sources. One kind of source is called a primary source, and the other kind of source is called a secondary source. A primary source is evidence from the period you are studying, a newspaper article from the period, an archaeological find from the period, an originating person, place, or thing from the period. The primary source is the origin of something or someone's history. If your primary source is not correct, neither will your historical facts be correct. A secondary source is some already documented information about the originating period, person, place, or thing, a book or statement by another historian or an eyewitness to the period, person, place, or thing in question. All histories rely upon primary and secondary sources, meaning that any time that you are presenting a history of someone or something, you will rely at some point upon secondary sources to substantiate your total point of view, because no one's history exists on its own. And most historians were not present for the history that they are now exploring. But what if your activities in time and physical space create a seemingly new event in time and physical space, and you are the primary source yourself? This slightly alters the concept of primary and secondary source materials, because even a newspaper article of an event from the actual period being studied, for example, which would be considered a primary source, can be questioned by the creators of the event if the article was written by an objective observer of the event. If the author journalist of the time who wrote such an article was still foreign and objective to the event being documented, I would argue that in the face of those who created and originated such an event, in no way can that historian's writings be called a primary source. Such writings may be called a primary source to all who are not the originators of the event or source. But for those who originate their events, they are the primary sources. Primary sources in historical documentation are only primary if the originator of the event is presenting his or her own story, his or her own self, in his or her own way. Just because you have a primary source in writing or in some other state of preservation does not mean that it is a primary source in physical reality. It is only a primary source to you because that's how far your research and mental abilities have gone or can go. However, to those that have created the event themselves, an outsider observing and then documenting that event can never claim any historical authority or accuracy over those who actually are the event itself. This is where the standard methodologies of documenting history come into serious question when documenting real Black history. And in this instance, we're going to say hip-hop history. Traditionally, history is taught as cause, consequence, change, and continuity. Did you get that? History is taught as cause, consequence, change, and continuity. But all of these methods are affected first by the intelligence, expertise, and the personal prejudices of the historian. Okay, let me say that again. All of these methods, cause, consequence, change, continuity, all of these methods are affected by the biases, prejudices, basically the character of the historian. The question is, what is the cause of an event seen through the eyes of those only looking to exploit the event itself? The true Austorian, new word, Ausstory, you know what it is. The true Austorian must ask these questions of all cultures being studied within a colonial context. The question is, how reliable is the primary source information of historians whose main motivation for documenting the event or the person was to exploit the event and or person for whatever social or financial gain they may have achieved with the documentation they objectively obtained? Their own possible desire to exploit the event or person or hide colonial crime or place themselves in some kind of authority blinds such historians from what actually caused the event or person or what possible effects the event or person may produce or are still producing. Their aim is not history, it's money and or power and prestige or population control, even criminal cover-ups and or resource control, in addition to the creation of a national identity. On another note, what is a primary source when there is always another side to the story? Any story. Austorians should also be looking for as many primary sources as we can as we can find in the telling of our own story, because most world history, at least the history that has survived, was written mostly by the exploiters of the world's people. World history was written by the people who exploited the world. World history has never been written by the people. Remember that. This is why, as Austorians uncovering reality through history, we should also look at history as historian Howard Zinn does. Big up to Howard Zinn. Does from the viewpoint of the Arawaks when it comes to the history of Christopher Columbus, for example. Like, we hear Christopher Columbus all day, but you don't hear about the Arawaks that he massacred. In his CD series, A People's History of the United States, a book I advise you all to get. In his CD series of the book, A People's History of the United States, narrated by Matt Damon, the actor, Mr. Zinn points out as an example that when it comes to the history of the United States Constitution, we should also train ourselves to see such an event, quote, from the standpoint of the slaves. See, this is why I'm reading this to you before we get into American history over here with the gospel. You've got to have this intelligence. You've got to think like this to see American history clearly. Quote, from the standpoint of, like he said, okay, wait a minute. He says, when it comes to the history of the United States Constitution, the history of the United States Constitution, we should also train ourselves to see such an event from the standpoint of the slaves, or the Africans, was written here as slaves. We should see Andrew Jackson, President Andrew Jackson, as the Cherokees saw him. Of the Civil War, as seen by the New York Irish. Of the Mexican War, as seen by the deserting soldiers of Scott's army. These are also historical terms. You could look these up. Deserting soldiers of Scott's army, get the whole story. You can look up, any of this, these terms. Of the rise of industrialism, as seen by the young women in the Lowell textile mills. Of the Spanish-American War, as seen by the Cubans. The conquest of the Philippines, as seen by Black soldiers on Luzon. The Gilded Age, as seen by Southern farmers. The First World War, as seen by socialists. The Second World War, as seen by pacifists. The New Deal, as seen by Blacks in Harlem. The post-war American empire, as seen by peons in Latin America. End quote. Many are ready to admit that we've been victims of biased, sexist, racist, and inaccurate historians, but very few of us are ready to admit that we've also been victims of sincere, reputable, and accurate historians, meaning that whether one is an inaccurate historian or an academically accurate historian, they, historians, are still only giving their interpretation of an event in history. As philosophers Ariel and William Durant has pointed out, quote, our knowledge of any past event is always incomplete, probably inaccurate and clouded by ambivalent evidence and biased historians, and perhaps distorted by our own patriotism or religious partisanship. Most history is guessing, and the rest is prejudice. Even the historian who thinks to rise above partiality for his country, race, creed, or class betrays his secret predilection in his choice of materials and in the nuances of his adjectives, end quote. This view of history and historians also applies to this study as well. And this is the difference between a historian and an austorian. Here, the austorical reader enters the study of any record with this in mind, that she is only reading the views of that particular historian in regards to whatever is being reviewed as being noteworthy of record. Yes, the historian can be as accurate as a historian can be, but still, whatever history is produced will be his view only. As the old saying goes, you can get history out of the historian, but you cannot get the historian out of history. This is why the true seeker of wisdom does not rely only upon one source of information or one historian's view to make sense of the recordings of the past. It is not that the austorian must disregard all histories because they are really only the opinions and understandings of the historian in that historian's time and culture. It is more necessary that the austorian begins to really understand what history actually is and how to approach it. Knowing what history actually is helps to make one a better inquirer and recorder of human and natural events. It is here that the austorian begins to see the omnipresence of both human and natural phenomena. It is here that the austorian begins to see that human activity in the earth, all human activity in the earth, is really one event, one omni event, without an individual or isolated beginning and without an individual or isolated end. Human activity is going on all over the earth at once. That's the reality. That's the truth. However, history as we know of it, is the art of revealing an event as if the event existed on its own with no previous or prior influences. The historian cuts off the influences that led up to the historic event so that the present piece, in his point of view, can have a beginning. Likewise, the historian cuts off the influences that continue to occur after the event so that the presented piece can have an ending. The truth, however, is that all events are without beginning, without end, and without form. Every human event is part of a continuous flow of global human activity happening in the earth at once. This we call an omni event. In reality, history attempts to document the activities of a continuously developing and changing omni event. But it seems to be impossible in our time for historians to present an omni event because of how they were taught to label and compartmentalize the events that they perceive. Most people perceive their reality in bits and pieces, not in waves and vibrations. So their historical reality becomes this happened, then that happened, then this happened, then that happened, etc. Most people never consider the cause of their actions, like who or what influenced their actions. They live as though they are in the earth by themselves, unaffected by everyone else, unaffected by everyone else and the environment in which they live. And this is also how we experience history. Equally, most people pay no attention to the never-ending effects of their actions. This is how we're taught to deal with history. Chop off the front, chop off the end, chop off the top and the bottom and just deal with this right here. But that's an illusion. That's not what's really going on in the world. They're trapping your mind to one piece. And you could see that if you cut off one and cut off the other, make walls up, what are you then? In a mental prison. It's time to escape the prison. It's time to escape that mental prison, thinking that your actual past is their history. No. You can make your own history. You have your own history. It's the history of you and how you have become you. That's your real history. The Durants continue. These are philosophers I'm quoting. The Durants continue, quote, "The historian always oversimplifies and hastily selects a manageable minority of facts and faces out of a crowd of souls and events whose multitude in its complexity he could never quite embrace or comprehend," end quote. History is created so that we can discuss parts of a continuously flowing omni event. Otherwise, we would have to include every influence in existence that contributed to the event we wish to speak about just to be closer to historical accuracy. And still, this would not ensure historical accuracy because we will never know of all of the influences that have created whatever we are calling historic. Because of this limitation, the historian is forced to literally create a story out of an omni event. Did you hear this? Create a story out of the omni event. This is why we use history as a guide in our lives and not as the final definition of our lives. No, you don't base your life on no history unless it's yours. No one can truly know the past through historical or historic information, because historical or historic information are both the invention of the historian. Therefore, it is not wise to base your identity, ethnic, cultural, racial, or otherwise, exclusively on historical and historic information. History is a socio-political invention for the unity, identity, and form of people, places, and things. Furthermore, public history has more to do with building the present identity of a group than with accurately recording the events of the past. In addition, a public or national history can never be your actual history. A public's knowledge of its past, as well as its national history, are both agreements as to what the public or nation thinks of itself collectively. It's an agreement. But still, such a collective vision is not real. It is an agreement as to what is real. Your real and true history is that which has happened to you and only to you. The actions of your mother and your father, as well as your grandmother and your grandfather, and so on, well into your ancestry, this would be the closest to what can be called your real and true history. And still, their histories are not your history. Whatever journal or diary that records the happenings of your actual life, this is your real and true history. And even these recordings, your journal and your diary, will be incomplete because you cannot actually write down the entirety of your daily life. It is simply too vast. You are only going to record what was noteworthy to record. And even this will be a matter of your own personal character and opinion. Such an opinion, however, is usually based upon how you feel, as opposed to what you know. This, however, creates a form of mass insanity where we align ourselves emotionally and personally to the national or public events that we may see and hear. Now, get this. Historically, you know that you didn't build the pyramids, and you cannot be sure if you had any relatives that did. But for some reason, most African Americans empathize with those that did build the pyramids, often claiming such structures as part of our legacy, as if we have some kind of direct connection with the architects and builders of these great structures. And while some of us may actually have some kind of connection to these ancient beings, the point here is that most of us are simply empathizing with the stories that we have been allowed to hear, many of which have nothing to do with us. We are also making these stories, however, of what we believe. We are also making these stories, however, of what we believe to be Black and or African American history. Like, we're making these stories we get in Black history. Harriet Tubman freed these people. This is what Harriet did. Do we know that? Who wrote that? Who's what? Frederick Douglass said this and did this. We don't really know. We don't really know. They say this is what Frederick Douglass wrote himself. And actually, the Schomburg Center, I saw Frederick Douglass' actual notes and handwritten notes at the Schomburg Center for Black Studies in Harlem on 135th Street. I did see Frederick Douglass' actual writings there at that place. But like I just said to you, they're in that place. Now, I would have to do a thorough research to read all of his writings, then go out and see what stories were told about those writings. Did you take all the writings? Did you omit some stuff? Did you tell us stuff? That's what we have to do we have to go back to the primary source and read it ourselves. And out of that, we can either take the primary source and say, this is what we're going to say is history. Or you tell a story, you interpret the primary source, and that interpretation becomes the history. But we're talking about empathizing with history, how we usually do this. Listen to this. This we are doing at the expense of our real history happening every day in our real lives. Like, we're empathizing with the stories we're being told at the expense of not even dealing with the real history that's on you. There's a real history that's on you, and you're not worried about that. You're worried about Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and the stories that we get. This we are doing at the expense of our real history happening every day as our real lives. We would rather read about Harriet Tubman freeing slaves than all of us coming together to free the inmates wrongly incarcerated in Americans' prisons today. Imagine that. Yesterday, Joseph Biden, President Joe Biden, said from the federal level, everybody on a marijuana charge is out of prison. He's freeing everybody who's on a marijuana charge out of prison as part of the decriminalization of marijuana in the United States. So dudes are sitting there waiting like, word? I can get up out of here. Not in Texas. The governor of Texas came out. No, you're going to stay in there. What? This dude came straight out. Nah, nah, you got convicted, you staying and serving your time. Now the president, this is supposed to be this dude's boss. Okay, now mind you, Biden did say, I'll let the states decide how they want to do it, when they want to do it. But from the federal level, this is what we're doing. Federal prisoners are being released. I don't even know if you could be federal to have a minor. I don't know the law like that, the criminal law like that. But Biden is attempting to release those who have marijuana charges, nonviolent marijuana charges. And the governor of Texas is saying, no, they're going to stay in prison. And it's mostly black and brown people in there. And it's white governor saying, no, they're going to stay in. No heart, no empathy, no character. This is all the character he has is that white colonial land owning character, that psychopath. Because there's no way if you could free a person who's not a criminal, they just violated a drug law, which by the way was ridiculous to begin with. You don't know all that as governor, right? You don't know all that. You're just going to keep brothers and sisters in prison, even though we all know now that that law was whack, that marijuana never should have been criminalized. That's why dudes is getting out of the prison right now, because it was wrong. All scholars and legal experts will tell you that the war on drugs was a failure. They will tell you that 3 strikes you're out in the crime bill that Bill Clinton signed into law back in the 90s was a failure and ruined black families, ruined them. Everybody knows this, but yet this governor is still gonna keep our people in prison. Well, where now is Harriet Tubman? Where now is the guns coming out and saying, no, we demand that you release these people from prison or it's going to be war in Texas? Where's that? Where's the black people that? Where is the NAACP? Where is anybody? And not to keep calling them out, that's my friends NAACP. But this is their watch. This is their watch. Matter of fact, the NAACP is going up against the Supreme Court, fighting against voter. These dudes trying to take away our rights to vote now again, and redistricting so that they can get more. They're using the Supreme Court now to change the laws in the land. I mean, do you see what's going on in our time? 99% don't, and they don't prepare for it. And that's why the Temple of Hip Hop exists, so that we may educate our people. Those that want to know, here it is. Here it is. Where's Harriet Tubman now? Where's our storming into the plantation now? You know, when 2 slaves slept together in a room, like we have these little box rooms, the slaves, by the way, I'm using the word slave, okay? The slaves were called inmates. Inmate is not a new word. I heard some scholars say, we used to be called slaves, now they call us inmates. No, the word inmate was the word that was used for 2 slaves, 3 slaves, someone in a room together. You would call inmates. They carried that right over into today, just took away the slave part, but kept the same name. It's like saying Chris Parker. Okay, just Parker. You caught up in the Chris. But he left the Parker, though. Come on, where's Harriet Tubman? And this is the point. We'd rather read about Harriet Tubman than be Harriet Tubman. This is an example of empathizing with a history that is not really yours, while forgetting or neglecting the real history or present events that are actually yours. This, however, is a mental disorder. Let me say it again. This is a mental disorder, a mass mental disorder that is being allowed to flourish and grow in the Black community because such a mental disorder aids in our continued oppression. Period. Period. The whole world can see that African Americans are crazy. We do crazy shit. We could see, the whole world can see it. They don't say nothing. In fact, they kind of expect it. Well, that's how they do. When are we Black folk gonna step up? That's how we do. I mean, this is what happens when you have a history that you don't recognize as your history, but yet the opinions of an oppressor you respect and say, this is my real history. Let me act like this. Let me talk like this. Let me refer to this history. No, you can forget the whole thing. Black folk don't want to hear that part, though. That's a hip hop concept. Forget slavery. Forget it. Don't teach it to your children. Oh, Chris, what are you saying? I'm saying that they should learn about kings and queens before they learn about slaves and slave masters. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they should learn about Africa before they learn about America. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to not learn about slavery and all that. You got to teach our children that a large portion of the African American population was enslaved. If you want to say that to our children, save that for like the upper echelons of high school going into college. But kindergarten, first grade, second grade? No, you're a king, you're a queen, you're a god, you're divine. You have a history and a heritage far beyond this country, long before these people even existed. You have a history. Why are we not learning that? We all know that's a crime to teach African-American kids, to not teach African-American kids their real African history. We know that's a crime, but yet we still talking about stay in school. We still sending our kids to these bullshit schools, we're giving our kids over to these oppressors, and we expect them to come back sane, rational, of good character. Come on, y'all, like really, like somebody got to speak the truth. Somebody, and I know I'm not the only one that feels this way or knows this. But if we're going to be cowards about it, then ain't nothing going to change. And I'll put it this way, the only thing that's going to change is what you do in your individual life. And that's what we've been dealing with, your own individual life. If you got the truth, you benefit from it. If you getting lied to, you not benefiting. And that's what's just what, and we all stay in our own homes, in our own cars, in our own world, in our own mind. And we just don't want to deal with nobody else. That's the bullshit. That's the bullshit right there. That's what's fucking us right now. And this is why the Temple of Hip Hop exists, at least within hip hop. Okay, I can't speak for all of Black culture. There's no way. but I can speak for hip hop, all of it. Okay, I can speak for all of hip hop. Oh, absolutely. We have an opportunity to correct the wrongs of all of our parents. Do you understand the greatness of our culture and what we have in front of us? We can build with hip hop a crimeless society. With hip hop, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners sit down at the table of brother and sisterhood. Hip hop is the only place that is going down in and will go down in. Hip hop is the only place in the world that's happening. Where else in the world is that going down? You heard me say it a few times already. Where is it? I've been saying it for years. Nobody stepped to that challenge yet. The only place you see Dr. King's dream is in hip hop. Culturally wise, culture speaking. Look at any of the world's major cultures. Look at any of the world's major races, ethnicities, you name, whatever you want to call a person or a group of people, they all got problems. They can't get past the fact that you black and you white and you this and you that. And you come from here and I come from there. And your hair look like this and your hair look like that. And you speak like this and I speak like, you're fucking idiots. That's why these people are slaves. Okay, that's why. Now, those of us that are free, we were never slaves. Even when they put the cuffs on us, we still free. We're not going to act like no slaves. We're not acting like that. That's why we're not in that situation. We're not slaves. Your character determines whether you're going to be that or not. Your character. But the dudes that were like me were not in history. And you could see it today. The same way you have a KRS-ONE right now, is a dude called Knowledge Reigns Supreme over nearly everyone. He loves hip hop and he's going to build this culture into the civilization that our parents intended it to be. I'm nowhere in history. I'm nowhere in history. Okay, maybe if you do some digging, you might be able to find my name somewhere. But when you talk about like the BBC, PBS, CNN, documentation of history. You can go to the book, some of the books on hip hop history, they do mention me, but nothing as to what we really mean to hip hop today in our time. They're never gonna write that because it doesn't benefit them. It doesn't benefit them. So they're not gonna write. It's not noteworthy to say that hip hop had a guy called Knowledge Reigns Supreme, and he was the dopest MC in that community. No, they're never gonna say that. Because if you say my name, then bitches and hoes don't make no sense, right? How can there be this guy saying Knowledge Reigns Supreme, let's stop the violence, it's called self-destruction, let's heal each other? How this guy got a gospel of hip hop and a temple of hip hop? How this guy doing all this and you over here cooning, shucking and jiving, lying, jealous? Come on, man. Look at it. You got to look at it for yourself. Our children are going to judge all of us. Okay? Children judging everybody. Okay? I stand judgment too. I stand for the judgment of my children or of the generation to come after us. I stand the judgment. And I hope I'm just, it doesn't mean that the next generation is going to like me either. Or say that KRS, say the fucking guy was an idiot. Look at, who knows what the next generation is going to say about any of us. But I stand on truth. And on that, I would hope that the next generation sees the truth and not really try to care about me, but continue the truth. Because it's the truth that's going to set them free. Them constantly hearing lies about hip hop and the elders of hip hop doing dumb shit, that's not helping our future. There's no way. There's no way. So we have to have a temple for hip hop that thinks like this, that thinks like this and says, no, we're going to preserve our culture. We're going to preserve our culture with our resources, with our knowledge, with our understanding of the world. And we're not locked down to anybody else's understanding. We respect it. We have knowledge of your view. And we may even include your view in our view. But we have a view. So if I'm going to accept your view, you're going to have to accept my view. There's no way I'm going to accept your view only and you not accepting my view. What is that? If I accept your view, you're going to accept my view. Or at least understand it. You don't have to agree. But you got to articulate, I understand where you're coming from, though. I understand where you're coming from, though. I don't agree, but I do understand your argument. I just don't agree with it. I think it's do. That's an intelligent conversation. You can actually get somewhere with that. But people who deny facts, deny truth, deny what is right in front of you, like saying, like I'm saying, I'm on a computer right now giving a course. Somebody says, somebody types up, KRS was on computer yesterday giving a course. Then I turn around and say, no, I wasn't. And then we say, but wait a minute, Chris, we saw you. We have the recording. No, I wasn't. That wasn't me. Ain't that what R. Kelly first said? When they showed him the tape, he said, it wasn't me. He sounded like Shaggy. It wasn't me. Whoa. Like, whoa. Like, whoa. No, we're going to see the truth, and we're just going to say, no. Truth right there in front of you. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is why, listen to me, if the truth sets you free, if you don't adhere to the truth, what are you? If it's the truth that frees you and you ignore the truth, what are you? And this is the true meaning of that word slave. Let me continue. This is an example of empathizing with a history that is not really yours while forgetting or neglecting the real history or present events that are actually yours. This, however, is a mental disorder, a mass mental disorder that is being allowed to flourish and grow in the Black community because such a mental disorder aids in the continued oppression of our community. Our very thinking is being used against us. Our very empathy, our souls are being used against us, and this is the ultimate game being played on all of us today. Look at this closely. Just because Rodney King was beaten by 6 psychopathic white men dressed as police officers doesn't mean that you were. Let's go back. Just because Rodney King was beaten by 6 psychopathic white men dressed as police officers doesn't mean that you were or will be beaten in the same way. But we all empathize with the brutal beating of Rodney King because such empathy also shows our understanding of injustice. If you can't empathize with the man being beat, you can't know what justice is. You can't know. There's no empathy. This is not knowledge. It's not learned. This is not going to the dictionary and looking up the word empathy. This is about actually having it. Man on the ground. If it was a horse or a dog on the ground being beat, you would still have to say, why are you doing this to this animal? But it's a human being on the ground. You're beating him, breaking his bones live on camera. A jury acquitted all 6 officers. Riots broke out in LA. You know the story. This is not racism. Although it was racist. The N-word was used. Matter of fact, that's where the N-word came up. It was actually in OJ's trial, actually. The word N-word was actually invented during the OJ trial, because that was some racist shit too. But, or at least from the cops' point of view, OJ was some others. That whole shit was crazy. But at the end of the day, I'm talking about Rodney King. 6 police officers got, why? Because the character of the people. Your character can even manipulate the law. So what is law? It's just what white folk want. There's no real law. Because if it was real law, we'd all be equal before the law. The law would be administered equally amongst everybody. Because it's the law. One standard. This is our standard. And that's it. You all know the standard because you was taught it when you was a little kid. Here's the standard. And I say that sarcastically. They don't teach you law when you were a little kid. But anyway, if you yo, this is our standard. Don't go against the standard. You're destroying the community. And if you destroy the community, we have to contain you for the sake of the whole community. That's understandable. So understandable. If we have certain standards, health, love, awareness, and wealth, and you want to have sickness, hatred, ignorance, and poverty, either you have to leave the community or we have to contain you in the community. Because sickness, hatred, ignorance, and poverty is not health, love, awareness, and wealth. Simple. Simple. But such simplicity requires a certain character. And if you don't have the character, you can't see the simplicity. So come back here. And this is what I'm saying, is that this is how we're being dealt with. This is how we're being dealt with. We empathize with Rodney King because we understand injustice. We understand, like, man, if that was me, some of us even, put ourselves there and felt the pain mentally. In truth, what happened to Rodney King never happened to you or me. Think about this. What happened to Rodney King never happened to you or me. In truth, such is not my history or yours. Such is Rodney King's history. Respectfully, what happened to George Floyd happened to George Floyd. But if you cannot empathize with the plight of a man under the knee of a psychopath dressed as a police officer, then you really don't understand the depth of the injustice. This is what we got to deal with. Empathy is the sign of a human being, the sign of soul. No empathy, no soul. So we empathize with our brothers. I was just talking Rodney King, now we with George Floyd. We empathize with that. First of all, because it's our brother, first of all. But forget brother, human. We empathize because we're human, because we understand the injustice. Still, however, something must be said about responding to events that have nothing to do with you. Forgetting that the injustice that you may have seen or heard about did not actually happen to you. You do have a real life. You have a real life. Or actually, do you? Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Do you have a real life? Or is your life based on your history? Or only your empathy? Your life is based on one sad story after another, or just one story after another. It's sad this week, you sad. It's happy next week, you happy. That's what Hollywood trains people to do too. The actor trains you mentally to give up reality and join them on this entertaining mission. And then we do the same thing with our history. We do the same thing with our history. It's this empathy. It's this empathy that connects us to each other if you have a soul. But then colonial criminals are using that empathy against us. This is the trap. Using this same thing against us. Our ability to feel for each other is being used against us. Look. This is important to ponder because some people make the realities of other people their reality, and then they respond to it. They respond to events that have nothing to do with them or have not happened to them. They make other people's problems their problem. Yes, we understand the point to peaceful protest, and we totally understand the need for large groups of people to turn out in support of a just cause, whether it happened to you or not. We understand what protest is about. We understand the importance of this, but equally, and with the idea of escaping our particular form of mental enslavement, that's what we're talking about. We have to begin to question how our own empathy and out of control emotions aid in the furtherance of the very enslavement we struggle to get free from. Our own empathy is the chain. Our out of control emotions can't see reality, can't see what's true, can't respond to the truth. This is the chain. This is the chain. The ability where you can't unify with your brother. You can't say good morning to a stranger. You can't say please. You can't say thank you. This is the chain. Not some fictitious white man with a hat on a horse and a gun and a tent. That don't exist no more. Well, actually, that's not true. It's called the cops. But they're not supposed to be whipping you from off the edge of that horse. Okay, they're not supposed to be. Flashing their weapons you from their horse. We don't have to live like this anymore, at least. Some white folk in government have grown up to realize that you shouldn't burn and lynch other people. You don't have to hate another human being. Like, I'm saying this as polite as I can too, because what I'm pointing to is the smallness of mind, the smallness of character. To grab Emmett Till, he whistled at a white girl, if that's what happened. But he whistled at the white girl. He's a boy, young boy. Men, white men, grab him up, shoot him in the head, punch him, beat him, leave him for dead. Then lie in the court. The jury's exonerated all of them too. The jury, the community said that's cool. Then years later, they do an interview in a magazine that admit to the whole thing. The woman who was whistled at or whatever by Emmett Till, there was a warrant out for her arrest. The warrant was never served. Emmett Till's family want the warrant served today because the warrant is still active for this woman who was part of the murder of Emmett Till, but the warrant was never served. She was guilty of murder, but the white police officers never served her the thing. It just stayed there. They then found it. And now they want this woman to be served like everybody else. And the dudes admitted that they did it. She's 80, 90 now, I guess. She's an old lady now. What a way to go out. At the end of your life, imagine this. Imagine this. At the end of your life. First of all, you lived your whole life with that hell. That demon sat with you the whole time. What a life. You know, this is what I empathize with. Okay, this is what I feel like, yo, could you imagine? You killed a young boy. Now, you could front on TV and say, yeah, well, whatever, and ha. But we know when you go back to you cry yourself to sleep. We know that. We know that. You ain't sitting back laughing. Even the two men that got off, even them that got off, ain't no, they laughing in public. They'll give you that in the public. But behind closed doors, you don't get away with that. I'm sorry. In your own conscience, you see Emmett Till begging for his life. You see the last gasp as the bullet go through his head. You see you heard him. You saw that. I mean, CIA agents talk about it all the time about how torture doesn't work. Why? Because it affects the one that does the torture. You torturing people, they begging for their life. Some of them even lose their life. You go back home, you a CIA officer. Well, how was work today, honey? You can't even talk. You done yanked somebody's intestines out. It's like, just, you gotta go home now and hug your daughter. No, you can't do it. 22 soldiers a day, suicide. United States government, 22 soldiers a day from 2015. They stopped counting. I got the number from 2015 to 2019. 22 soldiers a day were committing suicide after coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. What was going on out there that would make you come back and want to kill yourself? And 22 soldiers a day. I mean, do we think about this? Or are we still talking about the housewives of Miami? Are we even, where is the direction of our minds? We talk about getting free, but we want to look at lies. We talk about advancing ourselves and moving forward, but can't respond to the truth. Come on, y'all. When are we going to be adults? Like straight up and down. I'm not even asking you to be God yet. Just be a man. Be a woman. We didn't even get into God yet. We didn't even get there yet. But how long are you going to act like a teenager at 40? How long are you going to act like you 12 when you're 30? How long are you going to act like you don't supposed to learn nothing and you 60? How long are we supposed to live like this? Well, at the Temple of Hip Hop, we do not. And that's why we're here. And that's why everybody on this call is growing up. Not afraid of the truth. Not afraid of hearing the truth. In fact, adjusting your mind to the truth. Let's finish this up. Let's finish this up. Let me hit you with this again. We understand the point to peaceful protests. And we totally understand the need for large groups of people to turn out in support of a just cause, whether it happened to you or not. We understand the importance of this. But equally, and with the idea of escaping our particular form of mental enslavement, we have to begin to question our own empathy and out of control emotions, which aid in the furtherance of our very enslavement and our struggle to get free. The ultimate point here is that we are empathizing with national narratives that are not our own or of our own making. We are connecting ourselves emotionally to stories that have nothing to do with us personally, or in other cases, collectively. As another example, we are actually attaching the slave narrative to our everyday lives when none of us were born after, wait a minute. We are actually attaching the slave narrative to our everyday lives when none of us born after 1865 were ever slaves. Remember, the Civil War was fought and slavery was supposed to be done after that. How are we still slaves? Everybody else who defeats slavery, they don't call their ancestors slaves anymore because you defeated it. I said this to you last week, the most recent slaves in world history, there's some slaves, there's 50 million slaves running around right now, but forget that. My last example was the Jewish Holocaust. It wasn't just about killing Jews and this kind of, they were also slaves in Germany, and that's recent. Slavery going down in Germany for the Jews, but when they were liberated, you no longer call their descendants, you no longer call their ancestors slaves. Nobody refers to the people in Nazi death camps as slaves. You'll hear the term, like if you watch a Jewish Holocaust DVD, they'll throw the word around, and they were enslaved, or they were forced labor camps, or this kind. You'll hear the word thrown around, but as a people, they're not referred to as slaves. Slavery is what happened to them. It still does not define the Jewish people. Why then does slavery define African Americans, and it is not something that happened in our history? This is what we have to begin to free our minds from. And I use the African American Jewish example for all of us. For all of us to free our minds from this. Remember what Howard Zinn said. When you get a piece of history, look at it from the perspective of the underdog, the other person. Don't just take this one history and that's it. And now you're going to form your opinion based on this one history, excluding the entire rest of the world too, by the way. This is yet another game being played on us. We, Africans, are a feeling people, a soulful people. As a people, we communicate and learn by way of empathy. We feel our information. We don't just learn through memory. We also learn through empathy. We actually unite with many of the subjects we hear about because we imitate much of what we see and hear as a form of understanding it. However, this is what is being used against us. If you are dealing with a people that learn through empathy and subjectivity, then to teach such a people a slave history and no other history of themselves is to have them imitate such a history in their own effort to understand it. Do you understand what I just said? Let me hit you with this again. This is important. If you are dealing with a people that learn through empathy and subjectivity, which is us, then to teach such a people a slave history and no other history of themselves is to have them imitate such a history in their own effort to understand it. To feel the Black history that is being taught to us today, we become in our own minds both the slave and the runaway, but never the so-called master, or even the free Black people of the time. We're never them. Most African Americans have to discover through some kind of ancestry research that their ancestors were actually free, because the overall narrative is that all African Americans were slaves. This blanket slave narrative for all African Americans is not of our actual making. The real and true African American story has yet to be told. Imagine that. In truth, we are actually living someone else's interpretation of us, and this is what we are calling Black history. Black history has yet to be written. The Black professionals have, historians or our historians have yet to come together in a convention and say, this is what's going to be Black history. We're going to stay in this room for a month and figure out Black history and come to a consensus on to what our history is and why it's like this. We've never done that, ever. Our history has always been dictated to us by white folk. And then they train Black scholars to regurgitate what they're saying. We don't even go and get degrees from Mexico. We don't get degrees from other places that have other takes on African people in the Americas. We're only looking at the white colonial validation of what we know. Free your mind. Free your mind right now. You have the right to educate yourself. You have the ability to educate yourself. No school has a monopoly on knowledge. Public school, college, you name it, okay? Nobody owns knowledge. You can learn at the pace of your own intelligence, your own understanding, your own character. You can learn at the pace of your character if you stop being afraid of everything, afraid of everybody, afraid of what people say about you, Afraid of somebody saying is afraid. Well, if you're a coward, then this is not for you. This is the knowledge of kings. This is the knowledge of queens and kendakes. This is what we're building a nation here. We're building civilization here. So we got to think in certain ways. We can't get trapped in this old style thinking, slave thinking, worker thinking, this subservient, well, it's just the way it is thinking. No, it's not the way it is. It's like this because we allow it to be like this. If we wake up, unify around an agreed history for ourselves, we could teach our children something completely different than some bullshit slave narrative that they got to learn in kindergarten. First grade, second grade, you got to learn that your parents were slaves. First and second, that's child abuse. That's straight child abuse. To teach a child that their ancestry was you come from a criminal act. You don't even come from nature. You don't come from God. You don't come from another land. The creation of your national identity in this country is the crimes we did against you. You don't even have an existence. Your whole existence is just what we did and what we think about you and what we did to you and what we said about you and what we didn't do and what we did. Everything is them. And his on top of his, because it ain't even no her in the his.
Right.
That white male colonist story, the first victim is the white woman. First victim of white male colonialism is white women. First victims, which is why during the civil rights and during the Civil War and before that anti-slavery, abolitionist movement, all of that, white women, huge part of that. Huge part of that. Huge part of that. White women, part of the Underground Railroad. White women siding with Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. White men like John Brown, who actually is the most famous of them, but come on, William Lord Garrison and others, Caddy Stanton, and her husband, Brewster. I mean, come on, these are white folk fighting for Black freedom, okay? This is what I mean about mentality. This is not about Black or white. This is about racist versus no racist, or devil versus God, really. Immature versus the mature. Real citizen versus an invader. And then you got to decide what your character is. Am I on the side of the invader? Or am I on the side of the indigenous community being invaded? Most people say, nah, I ain't going to be on the side of the people being invaded. So what you going to be?
The invader.
I'm going to be the invader. And that's where we at right now, buying big houses on stolen land. We can't see that, though. We can't see that, though, right? We buying big houses in Indian Hills. They actually named the place. Indian Hills, Indian Pine, the Mountain of India. Like, they telling you what it is. They even got Colonial Heights. The plantation, you go to Florida, you still see plantations. And you walking around? Come on, hip hop. We can do much better than this. And we're going to. As a matter of fact, we already have. Let me finish up with you guys right here. I'm trying to get you to think about history. That's the point of this reading. Think about it. Not just absorb it, emotionalize, make yourself part of other people's problems, other people's events, other people, you out there protesting. Nothing happening to you. It didn't happen to you. What you got to come back to is what's happening to you, though. Are you moving on what's happening to you? Or are you so worried about what everybody else dealing with? You ain't even got time to deal with you. The Bible says, before you take the splinter out of your brother's eye, take the log out of your own. You can't even look at you. You're too busy looking at the splinter in your brother's eye. You got this, you got that, you look like that, you, or, oh, they beat him, they robbed him, none of that happened to you. Now, of course, like I said, we know what empathy is. We know what it is. When we saw George Floyd, we know what that is. The empathy, any human being can feel that. And it was right for Americans to jump out in the street protesting. That was right. But what we're talking about is after the protest. I put an album out called Between the Protests. That's what we're talking about right now, between the protests. After you done hooped and hollered, and nothing got done too, by the way.
For somebody else.
Right, you hooping and hollering for somebody else. George Floyd and his family. Hooping and hollering. By the way, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act never happened. Remember, they said there's the chokeholds. We're going to ban these certain chokeholds. It never happened. The chokeholds still happened. They just decided not to. It's not going to be part of the training. But there's no legislation outlawing it. That never happened. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Remember, it was on TV every day. We got to pass the George. If you're serious, you're going to pass the George Floyd. We don't even hear about that no more. And look at it, y'all. Ask yourself, while George Floyd was going on, CNN was all over that, right? Why are they not over it now? What's happening now? Why are we still on it? They were so concerned about George Floyd. The CNN people interviewing them, all these dudes. Yes, come anytime, come. Yeah, fine. George Floyd Policing Act never happened. George Floyd's family, though, got $20 million. When you get that $20 million, though, you know, most of the time it comes with a gag order. You can't write the book. You can't go on TV no more. You can't just, because you got $20 million. We settled, basically. And it's the only recourse you really gonna get. You can't bring your brother back. And obviously, you know, these guys are going to jail or whatever. Might as well go ahead and take the money. You might as well. What else you gonna get from this particular system? So you go ahead and take the money, but you take the money, now you can't keep talking. Because you took the money, you settled. So you settled then. Okay, leave it at that. 20 million is a lot of money. George Floyd's daughter is straight, or should be. Should be straight. But maybe she'll come up with a tell-all book 15 years from now. Sugar Hill. Okay, we got it. The point of the matter is, though, is that we suppose, you know, the protests and George Floyd, all of that was right. What we're talking about here is between the protests. After you've protested now and hopped and hoolered and hollered, now we come to this moment where we see nothing has happened, nothing has changed, the same stupidity is going on, but the news is just not putting it on TV. You know, a black person got shot today by cops. How do I know that? Because it happens every day in the United States, every day. All the statistics came out. I should have my other notebook with me here, but I wrote down all of it. They was bringing it out. And that's another thing too with colonial systems. Oh man, when one group of white folk get mad at another group of white folk, oh God, you better get your recorder out, okay? Because that's when the truth. Well, you're responsible for the Oh, well, if you're gonna bring that up, you're responsible for the Oh, I had the tape recorder all up in the TV. I was all up on the internet. Just that they were throwing statistics. What's happening to black people? Then COVID came and it was statistics with the health department and all of this stuff. Like all the evidence came out. Yo, y'all, we fucked. Evidence, proof. This is what it is, y'all. It's all coming out right now. Here you go. The police are after black folk. Period. It is now scientific. studies done, all of this stuff done. This is what we dealing with. We know this. But now, what do you do about it? What do you do about it? You see it, you know it. This is the truth. How do you respond to the truth? This is going to determine your maturity. How do you respond to the truth? When I saw what was going down in my community, the hip hop community, I went ahead and started the Temple of Hip Hop because I felt as though what was lacking is character in our community. What's lacking is faith in our community. What's lacking is our spiritual cohesiveness, togetherness, unity of thought. This is what I think. So I start an organization called the Temple of Hip Hop, and we're going to teach this gospel. First of all, we're going to write one and teach our people at least a code of conduct that helps. Then we're going to go and we're going to open our city. We're going to have our temple in the center of the city. And this is what the vision is. When we open, what a glorious day. When we open our Temple of Hip Hop, wherever it is, glorious day. We open the temple. And now we're in here studying. And while we're in the temple studying, it will always be remembered. Will be remembered this moment when we had no temple and we had no land and we were wanderers and beggars in the street, we hip hop. Everybody taken from our culture, just taken from our fruit trees, ripping up our vines, taking whatever they want from our country, from our nation. And then, of course, when someone steps up and says, hey, listen, guys, you're ripping us off. You're taking our stuff. Now it's a problem. Oh, he dead da-ba-ba. He's ya-ba-ba. And again, this is black folk doing it to black folk. Nobody want to hear that. That's what the argument is. You want to point fingers all day at other people. But when do you take the log out of your own eye? When does the log come out of your own eye? That's what a temple is about. Internal cleansing, internal revelation. That's what a temple's about. That's what we're about. That's why we read this. I'm showing you history. I'm showing you history. Why is this blanket, it's all right here, this blanket slave narrative for all African Americans is not of our actual making. The real and true African American history has yet to be told. In truth, we are actually living someone else's interpretations of us. And this is what we are calling Black history. With this in mind, all national histories will contradict one another because the history of any nation is really all about the story that such nations have decided to tell about themselves to themselves. The illusion is that we all have individual histories as a nation. The truth is that all human activity in Earth is one event, and all of it is connected. You get that? The truth is that all activity in Earth is one event, which means that history is not truth. This is the truth. History is a political tool used to give a group of people the identity they want to experience. History, however, is not real. It is a socio-political decision. History is more of an exercise of one's mind than that of an accurate view of the past. No national history can actually be your history. Your true history is whatever journal you or your family has written regarding the activities of your family life. What we are calling Black history today is really a national agreement as to who we are as a people. You agree that you are a slave? It is not, however, our real historical record as a people. It's the story of us as a people, not the record. What we are calling Black history today is only what white society can tolerate about themselves. And again, History is the perception and opinions of the historian. Historians, no matter how scholarly, only record what is, in their opinion, noteworthy to record. This is, of course, if the historian is recording as an eyewitness to the event. Now, let's go further with this real quick. Not only does the historian record what he believes to be noteworthy, more importantly, the historian also records what is noteworthy to that historian's public. It is the community that the historian is attempting to teach that dictates the historian's values, which in turn affect that historian's recordings. The historian will only tell his community the history that appears to be important to the survival, collective self-esteem, and well-being of that community for that time or era. On one hand, the historian records what one's value system dictates one should record. On the other hand, the community dictates to the historian which history it wants and needs to hear. However, the key word here is community. Which community is the historian speaking to, whose, quote, multitude in its complexity he could never quite embrace or comprehend, end quote. Which community, and even further, which interests is the historian speaking to? This is what you got to ask when you read any history. That's the question to ask. Who are you talking to? That's the question. Who the fuck are you talking to? Okay, what then is the point of the historian's inquiry into the past when such historians will never actually know such a past accurately? Like, look at, what is the point to a historian going into the past when you know you ain't gonna know all of the past anyway? What's the point? Or even if they manage to accurately uncover some bit of information regarding the past, they can never expose such information to their communities because their communities simply do not want to hear it. That's today, critical race theory today. Historians are well aware that if they give their community a piece of history that their community finds offensive or unimportant, the community destroys, discredits, and ignores the work of those historians. Driven by this invisible cultural code set down by public opinion, historians usually tell their communities what the community wants to hear. Very few historians are educating their community. It is only when such a community collectively matures in some way that the historian will be able to expound on yet another discovery. It is at this point that the past recordings will be subject to change. In fact, the past actually changes because of present awareness. Do you hear this? The past changes according to present awareness. New information about the past is always coming to light. New discoveries, new evidence, and new perspectives change what we perceive about our past and the past. In truth, it is the present that creates the past. Again, it is the present that creates the past. Again, it is the present that creates the past. Again, it is the right now is going to determine what the past is going to be. New information revealed in the present moment changes the public's perception of its past and even its present and its future. In light of this, historians are inclined to expound upon the history that they may comprehend as a similar reality existing in their own lives or character in the present. Listen to this. It is impossible for the historian to comprehend a part of the past that she or he has no experience with in the present. It is the historian's present view of reality, as well as the historian's own personal character, that shapes the historian's past view of reality. Actually, if an event of the past is not also a respected event in the historian's present, where the historian can draw an understanding from it, it is as if the past event never happened, even if it is actually happening in that historian's actual presence. Like, listen to this, y'all. It could get complicated because we're talking about time. And I want you to get this. Let me go back up and read this again. If an event of the past is not also a respected event in the historian's present, where the historian can draw an understanding from it, it is as if the past event never happened. You can't see it. Even if it is actually happening in that historian's actual presence. Like, look at this. Look at this. You're a historian today. You're looking at the past. You can't see the past. So the only way you can make sense of the past is by connecting it to whatever is in front of you right now. You have to say there were books in the past. Why? Because there's a book in front of you now. But what if there was a Gugadad? The Gugadad was a Badaba. And you speak in English. So you can't even say Gubada. What the hell is a Gubada? First of all, Gubada, you don't even have the word in your mouth. You don't know nothing. But Gubada did exist in the past. What is Gubada? Gubada is a flying carpet. What? A flying carpet? Yes, a flying carpet. Now, if white colonial culture does not believe in flying carpets, you don't either. What if your ancestors actually had a flying carpet? Wait a minute, just think for a minute, free your mind. What if your ancestors actually had a flying carpet? A piece of something, and they figured out how to throw this thing in the air, jump on it, and ride the wind. What if your ancestors actually had that? You sitting here going, nah, no way. No way. You're an idiot. Period. You're being made into an idiot. Because your ancestors had flying carpets. But because English white colonial culture doesn't agree with that, or they can't do it, or it's just outside of their understanding, your culture gets locked down into what they can understand about it. And then that's what you understand about your culture, what they understand about it. When in fact, your culture had flying carpets. Your culture had flying carpets. Let me give you a little bit of that, just real quick, before we go further. Why do I say flying carpets? Because there's a theory that says that 10, 20, 30,000 years ago, the Earth's gravity was not as dense as it is now. Gravity's crushing us even as we speak. But years ago, gravity was lighter. That's how the pyramids got built. Those 2-ton stones, they figure, how did they move 2-ton stones? They weren't 2 tons back 30,000 years ago. The only thing that makes them 2 tons is gravity. Gravity's crushing the earth. Scientists already know we're all getting crushed right now. But imagine 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, or whenever the gravity was lighter, objects were lighter. You could actually jump and probably sustain yourself longer in the air. That it's like being on the moon, but probably a little less of it, but like being on the moon, gravity is less. This kind of thing, there's a theory that says that gravity was less on the earth years ago. And this is how these stones and stuff could be moved. But this is also how you could have a flying carpet. Because if gravity is lighter, is weaker, if gravity is weaker than it is right now, you could throw something in the air and it goes up and then comes down. It doesn't have to go up and come down like us today. And this is my point. We are judging today because of the experiences today. We are applying the experiences of today to the past. That's wrong. The past has its own reality. And if you can't expand your consciousness to understand another reality, you don't get the past. You get a historian's interpretation of the past, which is the control of your mind. They're never going to tell you about Gondwana. They'll mention it if you study geography and stuff like that, Gondwana is when, all the planets. Most of the Earth's landmass was one landmass. It's called Gondwana. Most of it. Probably had 2 or 3 of them. There's another one. I don't have my notes with me, but there's other names to these Patagonia and all these places. These folk named areas that they were not in, had nothing to do with, but they gonna name this shit. A Gondwana. They gonna name it that. But these were times when Africa and South America, actually Africa and the Americas were one. And we wonder about how those pyramids in Mexico and the pyramids in Egypt were actually one. Mathematically, they're aligned. Mathematically, they're cut in the same way. And there's talk that these are the same people doing the same kind of architecture. But this could have been at a time when the Earths were together. Maybe when these the Earth being crushed is what actually splits these nations apart. It's also part of the theory, splitting the nations apart like that. This gravity, this moving these nations apart based on how they sliding across the Earth. And when gravity changes, the magnetic fields of the Earth is said to move at times. The South Pole could become North Pole. North Pole could become South Pole. There's multiple poles that can go down on the Earth. Well, the Earth is not just about what we are experiencing today. And if you just listen to a historian talk about his experiences today, applying them to the past, you get duped into his or her theory about the past. No, you got to be able to think for yourself. And you got to be confident in the thoughts you come up with, based on fact, based on evidence, based on logic and reason. You come up with your own thoughts about the past. Your brain will amaze you about what it already knows about your past. Your inner being, I should say really your guts will amaze you, because that's where it is. It's in your gut. That ancient who you was back in the days and your abilities that you had. And if you're nice with it like me, you could see the past. I've been practicing for years. I go right back there and see it. And how do you see it? I'll give you a technique. I don't like giving it over the internet, but it's safe to give you this technique. Study the law of opposites. Everybody likes the law of attraction, but study the law of opposites. The law of opposites, about doing the opposite thing. This is what you need to apply when dealing with colonial cultures. You got to know that they were the opposite to your parents. They were the opposite. Their civilization was the opposite. So how do you escape colonial indoctrination, assimilation, and so on? Do the opposite. That's it. It's a simple technique, but it works. Do the opposite. Be the opposite to the colonial criminal, and you'll become your indigenous mother and father again. But as long as you act like the colonial criminal, you block yourself from being your own ancestry, your own mother and father. It's the character of the colonists that's blocking us from the indigenous character we already have inside. If you would remove the colonial character by simply acting opposite to it, your indigenous character will get more strength and come out. This is how I know I was a Neanderthal. I was a bunch of things, actually. I know I played the flute. I was a Neanderthal playing the flute. We was talking. I don't know what these paleoanthropologists are talking about, but we was having the time of our lives, okay? We knew exactly what was going on. We operated on another energy system, too. That's getting ready to come up. This idea of Con Edison or Thomas Edison, and we keep toying with Nikola Tesla, keep saying, oh, Tesla had this other way. Oh, Tesla had another way. No, we keep playing with that. Our ancestors, Tesla's the first way. Our ancestors already knew that. And they was getting energy out the air, out the very air. They knew this already. There are 5,000-year-old batteries, y'all. They got batteries in Egypt. Don't have to run down. Go watch Ancient Aliens or some shit. They'll tell you what it is. It's now entertainment now. Your real culture is now folklore, myth, and entertainment, while their fake shit is your real life. Oh God, free yourself. You got to. You got to make an effort to free your mind, or these people are going to lead you down that sucker's path, many of whom are already on it. Already on it. Can't get off the sucker's path. Why? Because you can't think outside of it. Do the opposite of a colonist, and your ancestors immediately arise. What's the opposite of the colonist? If you believe God is a man, you've been duped. If you think that Jesus, that picture of that white Jesus is if you can't throw a dart at that white Jesus picture, you've been duped. And I'm giving it to you straight. You've been duped. You thinking like a colonist. If you respect violence over cooperation, like you respect violence over peace and competition over cooperation, you a colonist. You believe in the subjugation of women, you a colonist. You believe that you have the right to control not only women's bodies, but everybody. Chickens, cows, pigs, black folk. Like you think you have the right to control other beings for your benefit. You a colonist. This is straight up. If you say things like we're gonna kill two birds with one stone, you a colonist. Because you can hatch two birds with one egg. You don't have to kill two birds with one stone. Change your consciousness. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Why you gotta play the devil's advocate? To have an opposing view, you gotta play the devil's advocate? God has an opposing view too. I'm gonna play God's advocate. I'm gonna play spirit advocate. I'm gonna hatch two birds with one egg. This is when your ancestors start rising, because that was their character. That was their character. Think about this. I'm gonna make some of y'all mad right now. Actually, not mad, nauseous. Hold your belly, okay? For some of us, regardless of race, black folk, European, regardless of race, the cow was at one time a sacred animal. Not just in India, around the globe. The cow, sacred animal. In Egypt, the cow was a sacred animal. Nobody ate the cow. But in a colonial culture, you eat your sacred animals. You kill your gods. The ram in colonial culture is the symbol of the devil. The ram in ancient Egyptian Kemetic culture is the symbol of God. Who do you believe? Who's the devil? Who's God? What is reality? And are you willing to accept it? Because keep in mind, if you've been living in an illusion for so long, when reality is shown to you, you could get afraid of it. You could be angry. You could, go through a whole bunch of emotional craziness just to recognize the truth. Just to recognize the truth. You got to go through all kinds of emotional problems just to recognize the truth. Well, this is what we mean about maturity versus immaturity. Maturity versus immaturity. A mature individual is one who recognizes and responds to the truth. The truth. But that's what we have a tough time with. That's what most people are having a tough time with, the truth. They can't respond to it. And this is what the problem is. And this is why we have to produce hip-hop philosophers, hip-hop priests, hip-hop teachers that can respond to the truth. Because remember too, it's more powerful to respond to the truth. Responding to lies and illusions is what makes you weak. But responding to the truth is what makes you strong. I can't wait till we walk into our new building. Whenever that happens. I can't wait till we walk in. Open the gospel up. manifesting our thinking. I can't wait till we cut the ribbon on the new city. I could smell it. I could smell the stench of our city. And we cut the ribbon on the city and declare a new history. And this will be a new history. Hip hop city, hip hopia. Cut the ribbon, ta-da! Now, what we gonna teach our children in that city? They were slaves and slave owners. Young white kids got to learn this bullshit all day. Come on, like, no. You young, you white, you a god, straight up and down. Let's teach you about your culture and your history, and you get down with word. Here's what you got to know. You Native American, you Asian, you Arab, you're Persian. Here's what you got to know, because you're a human being. That's how hip hop's going to approach you, like a human being. And you're going to love it. The kids are going to love being taught by hip hop. Love it. We're going to take over the entire educational system, okay? Render that bullshit that they got going on right now obsolete. Obsolete. You can stay there. You can still do whatever y'all doing. But we're going to have this other thing over here that's going to discuss truth. And when our students come to our schools and leave our schools, they're going to legitimately know how to run nations, run corporations, lead people, even lead armies. They will know what leadership is, what discipline is, what character is, the importance of tradition, the importance of heritage. This is what we need to discuss. Birthrights, the protection of your intellectual property. This is what we are discussing. That basketball wives bullshit, that's not here. I'm sorry. Housewives of Miami, Atlanta, fucking all this dumbass shit these people dealing with. While our people are struggling in the street, can't survive for lack of knowledge. Last part of this is the last part. As we can see, historians can only study that part of the past that is also active in their present. If a part of the past vanishes with no accessible record of its existence, it's gone forever. The historian recreating the past for the present simply does not and cannot see it. And this goes with items and objects. If there's an object in a gabada in the past, you don't have and you in the present, you don't have the word gabada, and you don't even, gabada does not even exist. It's a flying carpet. But it don't exist in this time, in this era, in this place, in this thing. So you write a history that only you could see in the present. That's what I'm trying to emphasize to you. History is created in the present. And what you see in your present is what historians are applying to the past. But that ain't the past. That ain't how the past saw the past. That ain't what went on in the past. It's a story. Don't link your life up, the definition of your life, to a story. You have a real life. We can look at many of the historical encyclopedias of the 20th century and see that even hip hop was not important enough to be accurately documented in many century-ending history timelines, although historians did see various forms of hip hop every day. I did this research in 1999 going into 2000. They had all these century-ending Time magazine, Life magazine, this one and that one came out with all these century-ending encyclopedias of the 20th century came out, timelines of the 20th century came out. All of them was wrong about hip-hop. Not one got it right. The closest one that got it right was a book named Blacks First. It was the things that black, first black this, first black that. And it was a book, a compendium of the first black this or the first black that. And in there, they lay down a little bit about King Tim III, Fatback Band, Rapper's Delight, and so on. Just a little quick paragraph, but that's it in black first. But all the timelines are off. This is also what I'm pointing out here as well. Even though hip hop was seen and heard every single day, okay, all over the place, never appeared accurately or at all. In some of these timelines, never appeared at all. And then in these other ones where hip hop does appear, they start us in 91, or they start us with Run DMC, or they start us like, with MC Hammer. And shout out to all of these people. They're my brothers and sisters. But that's where they start us at. And even our brothers and sisters will tell you that's inaccurate. Even though hip hop has had a profound influence upon mainstream American culture, thought, fashion, entertainment, religion, politics, from about 1979 to the present, hip hop still was and is not important enough for today's mainstream historians to include it accurately into their century-ending encyclopedias, dictionaries, and other historical timelines and definitions regarding the 20th century. How many other events, people, and even places have been overlooked or not properly documented or outright omitted from what we are calling our history? Black history or American history. Look at this. Hip hop is in your face right now and you're not documenting. Imagine 200 years ago, 100 years ago, 5,000 years ago. No, we're not getting our history. Our history has never been written because the hip hop people like me ain't in history. We're not in history. My attitude, my way, my look is a historical figure. This thing is a figure of the past. People looked like me, had the same nose as me, same lips, eyes, forehead, hair, and it. Matter of fact, there's somebody looked exactly like me. Talking the same way. I'm 6'7", height, tall, black man. Come on. There were thousands of people like me with the same attitude that I got right now. We're just not in history. And you can see it right now. I'm known throughout the world. Okay, I'm not bragging, but just for the sake of this piece here, and for the sake of the future too, just watching this, I'm known everywhere. I'm probably one of the most popular rappers in rap, probably in the world. Okay, everybody know KRS-ONE. I can't go nowhere. Okay, without somebody running up. Okay, yet I'm not in history. I'm not in this white colonial history. I'm not in it. I'm not in the timelines. I'm not in the encyclopedias. I'm not in any of this. And neither is Hurt, Bam, Flash, Crazy. None of these people are in history. So what is history? We can see today that we're being omitted from history. So what is it 300 years ago? Even though, how many other events, people, and even places have been overlooked or not properly documented or outright omitted from what we are calling Black history? In light of this, we can seriously ask, why study world history at all? It's a joke. The whole of world history is a joke. Why study world history at all? It seems that the point to history itself is political. It is the invention of a socio-political group seeking to establish a cultural identity for itself in its present. What we perceive of a culture's past is only what such a culture perceives of its present. History, then, is whatever a modern culture or community wants its past to be. History, is more of a vision of a culture's present and future than it is an accurate documentation of such a culture or community's past. Did you hear that? History is what we are deciding for ourselves in the present, which is going to tell, we're going to inform the past as to what it is. Because again, that's the nature of human activity in the earth. It's an omni event. So all history is an agreement. No history is true. All history is an agreement. But you have to agree on a history. Now, we agree with Cool Herc, 1520 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx, 1973, Cindy, so on. We take it up to Africa Bambaataa, Zulu Nation. We move over to Grandmaster Flash, and then it branches out Sugar Hill from there, the acts that were on that label, as well as graffiti writers like the Tats Crew and others, and so on. We start to branch out. Of course, all the graffiti writers, all the B-boys and B-girls, all the MCs, all the DJs that begin to spread out now after, say, 1983. 82, 83, we start spreading out. You're getting star DJs now, star rappers now, star B-boys and B-girls now, popular graffiti writers now are popping up. Beatboxers like Dougie Fresh and Biz Markie and Click the Super, well, Click would come later, the Super Latin, but K-Love is what I was thinking about with Inspector Gadget. The Fat Boys, how can I forget them as well? This beatbox technique starts to come up, and dudes is getting famous off these street techniques and so on. So I mentioned that. I mentioned that because, well, first of all, we're not in history. None of that's in history. Our whole real existence is not in history. We have yet to write a history, and we're going to. We are going to. We're getting to our 50th anniversary, and from the 50 forward, we're going to begin the writing of hip-hop's actual history. Imagine, with all the books that are out right now, hip-hop's history still has not been written. Black history still has not been written. I don't even think white European history has actually been written, because all the histories we get are from the people who invaded these people, then gave them their version of what was going to happen, what we're going to believe is the truth. So what is history, and what is Black history, and how do you write hip-hop's history? This is what I want you to think about. This is what I want you to think about. And that's why I read this particular passage today, and not the Gospel of Hip-Hop today. We will resume this, our reading of the Gospel and our studies as we go forward. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play again the Indian piece that we had. Someone pulled up. Someone, you pulled up a piece. Was there a name on it?
Yes.
Just in case you want to dash out or come back to this later on, you can watch this piece for yourself. But we're going to show it right now. It's part of our study right now of American history. We showed a little bit of it last week. So those of you that seen it last week, you know, you don't have to watch it again, but it's part of the study. We will be asking you questions about this. It's about American history. What do you got?
It's called The Truth About the Reclassification and Erasure of American Indians on Paper. The Truth About the Reclassification and Erasure of American Indians on Paper. I'll also put it in the description of today's video. There it is.
There it is. And so we're going to show this right now, this little piece. And I'm actually going to return. We're going to watch this piece. And then we're going to return. I think it's about 20 minutes, about a 20-minute piece, 25-minute piece. And then we will return and finish our lesson. We're talking about Native American classifications, Black people, white people, Native American people, and who was called Indian and why, who we are. This is an emphasis here on Black people in particular being Native American. We're going to talk, let's just get into it right now. I'll be right back. This is the Temple of Hip Hop.
When we were coming up, it was was a bad stigma, I guess, to be Native American. And so, I mean, you was just classified as black, or that's the way you went. And, you know, a lot of the older people, they never told you. I mean, it was a long time before I really found out what my heritage was.
A lot of people that go through the museum, then they go into the portrait gallery, the last exhibit that you're going to see on the second floor, and there's portraits of Mashantucket Pequot people. And they walk in and they're like, they're not Indian, they're black.
American.
If you look at the old censuses, you will see people who clearly we know are of Native American ancestry categorized as colored people or mulattoes, people who clearly we know are of Native American ancestry categorized as colored people or mulattoes.
If you back up to pre-Jacksonian America, and the time of Indian removal, there's no advantage to identifying as Indian, unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there's advantage of identifying as African, which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the rolls, and sent west, but you could stay right where you were.
From the book Africans and Native Americans by Jack Forbes.
As early as the late 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. And I just wanted to show you this example here, as it says in this book here. It's actually journal or letters that were written to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution by J.W. Powell. He had a whole bunch of these volumes. They're called the Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology. This is volume 19, or the 19th annual, as you see here, report. This comes in two parts. In part one of this, which was written in 1900, it says in some part of the book, it says, and I have the book, so I'm the one who made this image. So in regards to the contact between the two races, by which such stories could be borrowed one by the other, it is not commonly known that in all the southern colonies, Indian slaves were bought and sold and kept in servitude and worked in the fields side by side with Negroes up to the time of revolution. So they're saying there was Indians working in the fields, right, in all these plantations, all the way until 1776 at least. All right, so which one was the Indian and which one was the so-called black or Negro? Well, how can you tell them apart? How come? I mean, we've never seen any difference growing up, right? It's always showing us a so-called Negro as a slave. All right. Continuing, it says, not to go back to the Spanish period when such things were the order of the day. And they're talking about, and we're going to see in the next parts of this video series, how the Spanish and Portuguese was enslaving the American Indian by the thousands. We find the Cherokee as early as 1693 complaining that their people were being kidnapped by slave hunters. Hundreds of captured Tuscarora and nearly the whole tribe of the Appalachian were distributed as slaves among the Carolina colonies in the early part of the 18th century, while the Natchez and others shared a similar fate in Louisiana. We know the whole Natchez was chained up and sent to the Caribbean. We read that in Lies My Teacher Told Me. And as late as least of 1776, Cherokee prisoners of war were still sold to the highest bidder for the same purpose. At one time it was charged against the governor of South Carolina that he was provoking a general Indian war by his encouragement of slave hunts. Furthermore, as the coast tribes dwindled, they were compelled to associate and intermarry with the Negroes until they finally lost their identity. That's how they're describing it here, but it was always you, and were classed with that race. So they're saying the Indians became the Negro. That's what they're saying here. We're classed with that race, or classified together, so that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian again, so that a considerable proportion of the blood of the southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian. You are Indian. It's unquestionable. Annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institute, volume 19. So again, you see how we were able to back that up. Also, it says here, the 1937 doctoral dissertation of James Hugo Johnston, belatedly published many years later, went further. There developed in the colonial period much intermixture of the Indian and Negro slave, Negro, parentheses, that doesn't say African. The class commonly called the mulatto is the result in many instances of the union of three racial elements. To the visitor in the South, the physical characteristics of many Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin. All right, that's what Mr. James Hugo Johnston said in a 1937 doctoral dissertation. Continuing, says, the end of Indian slavery came with the final absorption of the blood of the Indian by the more numerous Negro slaves, or other so-called Indians that were coming from other parts of America. But the blood of the Indian did not become extinct in the slave states, for it continued to flow in the veins of the Negro. Again, but the blood of the Indian did not become extinct in the slave states, for it continued to flow in the veins of the Negro. It is you. It still is you. In an article published in the Journal of Negro History, Johnston remarked, where the Negro was brought into contact with the American Indian, the blood of the two races intermingled. The Indian has not disappeared from the land, but it is now part of the Negro population of the United States.
People of blended backgrounds have always had to negotiate their identity in sometimes complex, even confusing ways. Much of the confusion that has affected relations between African American and Native American people is rooted in the early American experience. To most white Europeans in the colonies, people of mixed black and Indian background were simply colored or mulattoes.
And in 18th century parlance, at least in New England, mulatto means a person of indefinite pigmentation. That indefinite pigmentation could be a result of racial mixing. That's not necessarily the case. That person could be a mixed European Indian, could be a mixed European African, could be an African Indian mixture, or could simply be an Indian person who Europeans assumed had a vague sort of brownish skin color.
From the book Africans and Native Americans by Jack Forbes. I just wanted to emphasize something he says right in the beginning of the book, what his purpose is for writing this. And it says, the primary purpose of this study is not to write a comprehensive account of Native American African relations, but rather to establish a sound empirical and conceptual basis for further study in this area. And more importantly, to demonstrate beyond any doubt that all the assumptions must be set aside. All right? Your old assumptions, your own hijacks, these must be set aside. This latter is especially true as regards the extent of Native American African mixture and the significant genetic contribution of Americans to present day black, in quotes, right? Black or Afro-American or African American in quotes. So he's telling you again that you have to really set aside all the assumptions of what you think a so-called black or African American is when it comes to how much extent of Native American mixture there is in you, right? Talking about you, right? So-called black, so-called Afro-American populations in the Caribbean, Brazil, the United States, and elsewhere. Again, this latter is especially true as regards the extent of Native American African mixture and the significant genetic contribution of Americans to present-day black or Afro-American populations in the Caribbean, Brazil, the United States, and elsewhere.
Well, my neighborhood used to think I was Cuban at the time because I looked different. So I guess the way it works is people are so used to seeing
what is depicted as an Indian within the movies, the old movies and things. So if you don't look that way, they don't expect you to be Indian. They think you're either black or Hispanic or something else.
Chapter 7. The classification of Native Americans as mulattoes in Anglo-North America. Contemporary scholarly and popular literature in the United States has largely ignored the significance of widespread Native American ancestry among the Afro-Americans, right, so-called Negro or Black, and also of African ancestry among many Native groups. Dodge the hijack. And I'll show you why I say that later on. The consequences of this neglect are far-reaching, and this is especially true in relations to studies of the evolution of music, folk tales, social organization, and other aspects of culture. So the author tells us here, it says, long ago, when first working with my own Powhatan Lenape people of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and surrounding areas, I discovered that the meaning of racial terms was a controversial issue. I learned that terms such as mulatto and colored, again, mulatto and colored, this is very important. We're going to talk about this, right? Were used or had been used in Virginia in a quite different way from their usage in most books, including modern dictionaries, all right? It was being used back in those times, used differently. I also discovered that many questions were not answerable within the context of the latter, such as what do you call a person of mixed American, European, and African ancestry? No one provided any answer because it seems the American mixture with the African was generally subordinated to a focus upon or a fascination with only the black-white nexus. All right. So he continues saying the modern dictionaries all stated that a mulatto was the child of a black and a white or someone of mixed black and white ancestry. But where did that leave those who were also part Indian? All right, this is important what he's trying to get to, all right? So he says, in any case, I discovered that Native American descendants had been legally defined as mulattoes in Virginia in 1705 without having any African ancestry. Again, they were calling Indian mulattoes in Virginia in 1705 without having any African ancestry.
In any case, I discovered that Native American descendants had been legally defined as mulattoes in Virginia in 1705 without having any African ancestry. Again, Indians or so-called Native American or American natives were being called mulattoes in Virginia in 1705. We're going to run into this a lot in a lot of different cases, different years. Again, without having any African ancestry. What does that mean? Because they tell us again that mulatto is supposed to be an African mixed with a white European. That's what's supposed to be a mulatto. All right, so how do you get mulattoes without any African ancestry? All right, it was just judging you as a mulatto with here. Thus, I knew that the dictionaries were wrong and that there was a lot that was hidden from view by the way most authors had written about the southern United States, about slavery, and about colored people. I later discovered also that the same thing was true as regards to the Caribbean, Brazil, and much of the rest of the Americas. All right, the rest of the Americas. By way of illustration and attempting to grapple with the problem of black, African, Native American mixture, and especially with the question of to what extent African Americans throughout the Americas are part American Indian, it is first necessary to focus upon a clarification of such racial or ethnic terms as were used in the colonial and early national periods. This is important because this is the tags they were labeling you. These weren't classifying you as race. They were just what they were seeing as color, and that couldn't determine your race. They were just guessing based on what you look like. So they say like terms like mulatto, pardo. We hear that a lot in the Spanish books. Colored, free colored, Negro, Sambo or Sambo, Musti, and Mestizo. As noted, many modern writers, whether popular or scholarly, have simply assumed that they could transfer 16th, 17th, or 18th century racial terms to contemporary usage without any critical examination of the meaning. All right. For example, it has been assumed generally that a mulatto of, let us say, 1600 would be the same racial background as a mulatto of 1865 or of 1900, or that a colored person, right, right, like your ancestors are in their census records, right, of 1830 would be the same as a colored person of 1930. All right, so they're saying, it's not the same because these were just tags that were putting on people. It didn't classify their race. Moreover, it has been assumed that terms such as free Negro and free colored can be used interchangeably, and that one could, in more recent usage, substitute free black for either of these. Either of these could be law.
Now, I wanted, before we get into the details of Mr. Plecker and kind of what happened, because basically your tribe has experienced what's some called documentary genocide. Tell us a little bit about the beginning of the tribe.
Well, as you're aware, in 1912, Dr. Walter Plecker became the first director of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Prior to that, there were no birth certificates, and he was a director up until the 1940s, 1946, until his death. But he was part of the eugenics movement, which was a movement about creating one race of people, which was white, and everything else was put in a pot, as Tina Marie would say, and stir it up and call colored. But he went beyond board on that, wherein as far as first Americans are concerned, he changed birth certificates and marriage license. He even put out letters to census takers in 1930 that people such as myself that are first Americans and Native Americans, that he considered us as being bastards, that we were just trying to be Indian to marry into the white race.
But basically, when he was the registrar for the Bureau of Vital Records, he changed the names of Indian people in Southampton County, their race from Indian to Negro or colored.
So it was referred to as colored. And basically all the tribes in Virginia in the early 1900s were referred to as colored, okay? Then after the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, everything that was in that colored bowl became Negro, okay? And that's one of the reasons why in 1968, the Supreme Court overthrew that Racial Integrity Act and gave Native Americans the right, if they were born before July 1960, to come forward to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and correct those records that had been changed.
Continuing with Africans and Native Americans by Jack Forbes, he says many colored terms such as dark, swarthy, and brown are also quite ambiguous, as should be obvious, right? Because they will say a dark Indian. So we went over swarthy in past videos. Again, that just means a dark-skinned person or black person, as they would call you, right? In 1756 list of militiamen in King and Queen County, Virginia, for example, one finds an addition to fair-complexioned persons, Thomas Delaney as dark, Benjamin Wilson as dark, James Wilmore as brown, John Major as brown, John Kemp as swarthy. But with light hair and freckles, John Evans as dark, and Richard Riddle as dark. All or most of these men were born in Virginia, and several were planters. Were they part American or part African? Certainly, we cannot judge their race from such color reference alone. So you hear what he's saying, right? How they just tagging them like dark, swarthy, brown, but that didn't say if they were African. That never says they were African, or just because they were calling these people, that they had to have been mixed with an African. But from Verrazano's own words, right? Verrazano, famous explorer. This was from written in the 1500s, and he says that when he got to shore, he saw some Indians. Some wear certain garlands, he says, of feathers of birds. They are of dark color, not much unlike the Ethiopian, and hair black and thick and not very long, which they tie together back on their head in the shape of a little tail. Again, down the bottom he says, then he saw some other Indians and learned that these people, that they are also thus of dark color like the others. So all of them are dark color, dark, right? Verrazano.
A lot of knowledge that's been erased. The fact that freedman was never in my vocabulary, I never heard that in terms of a designation of my family history. My father always talked about being of part Choctaw ancestry. But his father, who died in 1940, my grandfather, was on the roll as a Choctaw freedman. The last person in our family who died, who was on the Dawes rolls, just died this year. She was 94. She was a Choctaw freedman newborn. And when I spoke with her And whenever I would talk to her, she would always talk about, well, Grandma was Indian, of course, but she never, and I'm part Indian, but she never referred to herself as freedman.
Africans and Native Americans by Jack Forbes. It says here, Frank H. Russell in his The Free Negro in Virginia wrote in 1913, and we got that book, that one of the ways in which the free colored population grew was by the mixture of Indians and Negroes. He said also that there is no doubt that a considerable element in the free colored population of the 19th century was of Indian extraction. Again, there is no doubt. There is no doubt. Go read this in the Free Negro in Virginia book by Frank H. Russell from 1913. We have the PDF. There is no doubt that a considerable element in the free colored population of the 19th century was of Indian extraction. It says here, one can also cite other authorities whose work caused them to consider the intermixture of African and American racial stocks. Helen T. Catterall, in her work on slavery in Virginia, noted that we have shown that the first slaves were Indians, not Negroes. Again, the first slaves were Indians, not Negroes, and that the enslavement of Americans continued for many, many years. In 1903, a historian of New Jersey noted that unions between Indians and Negroes were so commonly frequent, indeed, as to have left permanent impress upon many families of Negroes of the present day. E.B. Reuter recognized in 1927 that African-American mixture had taken place within slavery and said the Indian slaves were gradually absorbed into the black population. And the real truth is that it's always been you. According to Ashley Montagu from 1944, she says, with the discovery of the New World, intermixture between the Negroes and the indigenes of the West Indies began almost at once. All right, Negroes, right? It must be supposed that these Negroes, and in parentheses it says here, from different parts of Africa, were already very thoroughly mixed among themselves with the Indians. So she's saying that these Negroes were already mixed with Indians of the islands and of the mainland of Brazil by the time most of them reached North America. So she's saying that these so-called Negroes that are supposed to be African already had mixture of natives in Brazil, already were mixed with Brazil. That's because in reality, these were Brazilians, these were island people, these were the original aboriginals of America. They didn't come from Africa. You got to follow the trail and you'll see what I'm talking about. The mingling of Negroes and Indians, of course, occurred first in the West Indies. And then it says, it is significant that Montagu recognized that many of the slaves coming not directly from Africa, but from the Caribbean. Again, not directly from Africa, as they've been telling us all our lives in these textbooks, but from the Caribbean. Might have had American ancestry, not might, it does. So when they're saying that the Peckwoods were mixing with the Negroes, they're just talking about other Native or American aboriginals that they're bringing from South America or the Caribbean, Central America, or other colonies they had. Thus, it may be seen that not only was there much mixture between different varieties of Negroes in the islands, varieties of Negroes, right? They're not saying Africans, but also complete mixture with the indigenous Indians and sometimes with Indians who were not indigenous to these islands. Montagu also recognized that once the people of African descent had reached North America, intermixture with Americans continued. The available evidence indicates that ethnic mixture between Indians and Negroes has been of vastly greater proportions that has hitherto been realized. The American Negro population of today is a composite of African, white, and Indian elements. So they're always going to add the hijack African in her mind because she thinks all so-called Negroes come from Africa. And that's one of our own biggest hijack that we have to dodge, is that, you know, we assume, because we've been taught that all so-called Negro people, or people of dark skin, come out of Africa. And that's not true, you know. That's
time, there was a lot of people that was using what we call pencil genocide. In other words, they were changing documents in the town halls and this and that, and unless you had some question about it, you didn't even know it. So, for example, in my dad's family, my Aunt Marion, my Aunt Josephine, and my Uncle Lewis were down as Indian. Uncle Lawrence and my father were down as black. My mother's birth certificate, she was born on Cogswell Street, which is Pawcatuck, Connecticut. And the doctor, knowing that she wasn't black, naturally, because he was very well familiar with the Babcock family, put her down as white. And a lot of us were put down as white just so we would not have that stigma of being black.
Okay, so peace and much love. The teacher will be returning, so everybody relax. Um, let me start off first by saying I'd like to give a heartfelt love and thought of it's hard to say, but most of you know Minister Zinneru, his father transitioned into the inner city, and my thoughts and heart goes out to you, brother. Or I think about it every day, and I just hope you're dealing with it in the best way, as our gospel describes. Obviously, as you know, that it's not death in that sense. It's just forward creation, and your father, as you said, is with loved ones and in the spirit realm, and now a great help to you, the Temple of Hip Hop, and hip hop itself, because I'm sure he understands it all right now, being where he is. With that being said, to this piece about the Native Americans, I have certain feelings about this, which I'm going to express. One of which is that, first of all, just to point out, there's an issue with Black people, not or there's a portion of us that don't want to claim Africa at all. They don't want to be linked, or they feel as though, no, I have nothing to do with it. I'm not African. I'm Black, and I just am. And whereas me and teacher was just talking about the out of Africa theory, we have to know also that it's a theory. There's also other theories that say no, humans sprung up all over the earth. But the one thing that we do know, and through really, you could even back it up scientifically, that everywhere they do find an ancient human, they are Black. So there's always that. But my mind goes into the logic of thinking also that we've been around for millions of years. It didn't start 5,000 years ago. It didn't start 10,000 or 20,000. There's evidence of our existence for millions of years. Even if you just go to the bones of those found that are millions of years old. Now, to think that all of a sudden we just became so intelligent enough to come up with certain technologies, as teachers stated, that no, we could have had many things in the past that we no longer have any idea about because of who we're getting our information from. But so the point of in doing the little bit of research, and I would love for somebody to be able to tell me really what it was, but as it's stated, if Columbus came here in 1492, war didn't really break out, or mass killings of Native Americans didn't start until 1609. So you can imagine a blend of the people, which is natural, just like we're blending right now. There's that in a case. Also, in reference to colors and color change, myself, my grandmother is TEACHA's complexion, and my grandfather, he was black, even like black. There's no other way to say it. But yet produced my mother, which looks like me, and so there was no mix to get a me. Now, when you take into consideration the fact of when they began the wars in this, that, and the third, and began displacing many tribes, Trail of Tears, which you could check out, even though they got massacred along the way, but as an instance of showing you that certain tribes got kicked out of their area, which you could imagine that they couldn't fight them in their area, so they had to try to kick them out to where they didn't know the land, and then on their way of not knowing the land, that's when they were attacked. But this whole also the fact of there's not much evidence for the slave ships that they're claiming brought millions of Africans from Africa over here. There's like one or two, probably maybe five, I don't know. But either way, there's not as many as you would imagine would still be, and they would still be.
There had to be
hundreds, right?
For 300 million people to leave Africa,
right?
There had to be, I'm even saying hundreds. There must have been thousands, but hundreds of ships.
Right. And where did they all go? And how do we still have the Amistad?
And why did they have to keep making ships for World War I and II? If you had all of these ships, they would have just been turned over to the war effort. You have thousands of ships. You just turn them over to the war. They had to make ships.
Right.
What happened to all these ships as opposed to because they're lying.
Right. Which goes to another point. Now, TEACHA and myself, we took in a lecture. Sabir Bey, shout out to Sabir. He invited us to this lecture back in 2012. And as we went in, there was a Moorish scholar. Unfortunately, I can't remember his name, but he was breaking down the fact of Moors, which are black people, for those who are unfamiliar, that they were still roaming the earth freely. And that when they got here, there were still many free black people or living amongst enslaved black people and whites and Native Americans. You could imagine he didn't really mention them like that, but just to say that what we believe it really looked like is not the way it really looked like. And of course, he had mentioned how sometimes ignorant of the land would try to enslave them, and they'd have to be quickly caught up to know that no, they're free and don't touch them because of who they are and what you might start. Now, there's a thing about being sovereign in the United States, and also knowledge of what your birth certificate entails, what your social security card entails, in that there are ways to claim sovereignty of if you're Native American, which many have done and received benefits from that. But there's also these Moors, these black folk that can claim sovereignty and somehow tap into what they call the straw man, which is tied to your birth certificate and your social security card. But within this, it gets wild because there's an inheritance that for whatever reason you're owed, or there's already money tied into this, which you could technically tap into if you have the knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, you can't do it properly. And that just is what it is. Now, I was approached by a white man. I was staying at a Hilton in Atlanta, and this dude was attending a convention about sovereignty, and he was claiming sovereignty and getting his family right. And they were giving up license plates, has special license plates and licenses, and said, no, they're free to conduct business and this, that, and the third. It goes into law that we just don't have the education to really do. And I haven't been able to fully go through all this myself because I'm concentrated on hip hop in these studies, but it may have something very much to do with the fact of, or it made me think of how TEACHA states that if what you're doing today, your ancestors were doing, and we're talking about sovereignty for hip hop. That's what we want. That's the ultimate goal, is to be sovereign and exist in our own nation. Well, there's a rumor that's actually technically already achievable. There's ways to do it through the government, and they'll recognize it, and this, that, and the third, but they just don't want you to say it outright. It's almost like a secret knowledge of masonry, where you can say certain stuff in a court that will totally bypass what we believe as the laws of the land, because then you're not dealing with the law of the land, you're a maritime law, and such is why they got the bench and all this other stuff. It gets wild, and it almost hurts your brain to think about. But either way, they're claiming.
Shout out to Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, shout out to Jordan Maxwell. Straight up. They're claiming that you have an inheritance that you're not tapping into, and also that you don't deserve because you aren't doing your due diligence in getting the knowledge of why you deserve it and where your inheritance actually comes from and what's actually yours. And this is where I'll end with this, but they technically say that the United States of America, that they're just holding this land down until the people become civilized enough to know their rights. And essentially that is the ultimate, that's the real man that rises up, acts civil, doesn't commit crime, obeys the law of its land, and can receive all that it deserves from its inheritance, and which lets you know that you come from literal kings and queens. You come from the gods of the earth, the true owners. If there is an owner of the land, you come from that, and you can get it back, but knowledge reigns supreme. And with that, I'll let the teacher come back.
And the teacher does return as usual. And so, yes, very important. I hope you guys saw the piece that was just laid down and took some notes as well. Today was a day of thinking, of jarring your mind out of what you believe your history to be versus what it actually is or what it even can be. Like, for instance, we just saw the clip on Native Americans and so on, or just Black folk. We just saw the clip on that. But what I'm talking about here as well, the front part of what we read had to do with, just as a recap, used our emotions and our empathy being used against us within history, linking yourself up with histories that have nothing to do with you, linking yourself up with histories that tell you you're a slave, and basically, this is the center of your existence. Giving this type of thought to our children, though, is the real piece that we're going to have to think about, because there's a debate, and a rightful one, a rightful debate. But there's a debate that talks about the true abolition of slavery, meaning the abolition of it from your mind. Some say we should never forget slavery, because if you forget, you're bound to repeat it. Others say that's bullshit, because there's a lot of stuff that we forgot that we ain't repeating. And others would say, as a matter of fact, there's a part of Nietzsche, the Italian philosopher, German philosopher Nietzsche. Well, you know what, I was going to look for it, but actually I'm not. Where he talks about the forgetting of history, that every nation has to have a national identity, or to create a nation, you have to kind of forget your past. And this is a European concept. This is a European concept. Oh, I got it here. Let me just read this to you real quick, give you an idea. Okay, look at this. The question here is, are we really free, or have we been freed? Are we really free, or have we been freed? Are the white colonial interpretations of our being still the authority, even in our own mind? This is the basic of what we are studying today. Are the white colonial interpretations of our being still the authority, even in our own mind? Or do we, as a free people, dictate the definitions of our existence, past, present, and future? From a philosophical point of view, the most revolutionary thing to do here is to forget our past in an effort to create not just a new future, but an entirely new people. See, this is another echelon of thinking that not many people can really get to, because emotion. I'm asking you to put your emotions aside for a moment. Don't get rid of them, but just put your emotions aside for a moment and think on this level. Freedom from slavery is freedom from slavery. And such freedom is expressed as a new being. We simply cannot claim to be free from something that we are still willing to talk about and identify ourselves with today. Black sovereignty is Black sovereignty, independent, self-governing. This is about nation building, and such building requires some extreme tactics to achieve. Such an idea, however, is not new, and we are not the first people to experience history in such ways. Most nations looking to form a solid identity for themselves had to do the same. They had to forget huge portions of their past in order to move forward. Yes, forget. Several philosophers written about this aspect of history being a stagnation to human development, but such writings are simply not discussed openly when teaching young African Americans or really teaching hip hoppers about themselves. You know, we always just assume history, you need it, you want it, you have to have it. Slow down, baby. And think about questioning history itself is something we just don't think about. We simply and slavishly go along with what we are told. This is why we are approaching Black and history in these ways in this study. As mentioned and asked earlier, is history even the proper medium for the proper investigation of our existence? German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche doesn't think so. In his 1873 essay, the advantage and disadvantage of history for life, first published in 1874, Nietzsche writes, quote, one who wished to feel everything historically would be like a man forcing himself to refrain from sleep, or a beast who had to live by chewing a continual cud. Thus, even a happy life is possible without remembrance, as the beast shows. But life in any true sense is absolutely impossible without forgetfulness. Or, to put my conclusion better, there is a degree of sleeplessness, of rumination of historical sense that injures and finally destroys the living thing, be it a man or a people or a system of culture, end quote. Here and throughout his essay, Nietzsche argues that an overemphasis on history paralyzes collective action and thus weakens, even destroys the group or the people or the civilization. The key word here is paralyzed. This is the state of African American identity and collective thought today. It is paralyzed by its memory of slavery. Look at this. Our thinking is paralyzed by the memory of slavery. Okay? And thus stagnated in its natural growth toward recovery. Can't recover. You stopped. Trapped in one's past and defined by one's past. One could never escape one's past. One is only the past. You have no present. I mean, think for a minute, just stop here and think. You're not living in the present moment. You're defining yourself by the past. I was a slave owner. My whole race was slave owners. I was a slave. My whole life was a slave. My whole race. That's living in the, you are applying that which did not happen to you, was not you, had nothing to do with you, nothing, but you are empathizing with that. And the word is empathize. You're empathizing with that. Now, of course, let me put a disclaimer on this. Some people will say, no, wait a minute, Chris. Some people are benefiting from slavery. Slavery happened many years ago. Sure, there was a civil war and all of that, but there are still sugar companies and salt companies and diamond and coal. These people were back in slavery and they still here right now, okay? Some people are benefiting off of slavery. Some people can argue that. And say they're benefiting today off the slave trade. So how can you say that we're all not involved in it today? Here's how. Because first, remember, number one, you are the latest version of that. You could correct all errors right now. Secondly, what we're referring to is this national empathetic history versus what is actually happening to you in your reality. We're getting down to the real root of reality, which can only come from your perception. You only see what you see. You only see what your character has the perception for. So in order for you to be free, you must free yourself from your perceptions. Free yourself from what you believe about yourself. Didn't they say that in the thing? I wrote a little note here. It said, free yourself from your own prejudices. Your own prejudice and assumptions as to what a Black person is. That was the gist of that piece we showed. You got to free your mind from what you think Black is and what you think Indian is. They're taking Black people from America who is already here, shipping them to the Caribbean, and then taking the Caribbean folk who are already there and shipping them over here to the Americas. Then telling both of them they come from Africa. Oh, we're going around in circles.
Right, not telling them, telling their children.
Telling their children, because they know where they came from. Right, so telling their children, I mean, look at the crazy. But we got to think our way out of this. And if you can't respond to the truth, then you're just not mature enough for this. This has nothing to do with criticism, emotion, and all of this other stuff. Just look at the facts of what it is and adjust your mind to the facts, adjust your mind to the truth, adjust your character to the reality of what's going on, the reality of it, not empathizing with 200 and 300 years ago, but realizing that even 200 and 300 years ago, that history ain't true. No history is true. As I pointed out, no history is true because of the nature of human activity in the world. The closest you're going to get to a true history is a record. And when you dig up record, what is it? It's the cord. And what is the cord? The cord, nobody can give you your cord. Your cord is your line. We call it your lineage, the cord. What are you in accord with? Is your cord a rope around your neck? Because that's what white colonial cultural history is for us. The cord is the rope around the neck. Or is it your ancestral umbilical cord connected to your gut feelings that tell you it's time to get free? This is the lesson today. This is the lesson. This is what we're teaching today. Hope you guys have opened your mind or attempted to begin the opening of your mind. Don't just settle for what people are telling you. Don't just settle for you was Black, you was white, you was red, you was no, wait a minute. Let me look at me. And in looking at me, I will determine what my history is. Looking at my likes, my dislikes, my traits, my basic talents, what I came here with, what I was born like. This is your real history. Even hip hop's history is an agreement, which we got to get into. But it's an agreement. You know, there's all type of debate. Oh, now, it's this, is that. No, we all have to agree that this is what it is. Now, we can debate hip hop's history all day because that's the nature of history. But if we don't agree on a story, we don't have a culture. We don't have a tradition. We don't have the cord. We have to agree, and that's a higher level of maturity, higher level of character to agree. This is how the United States Constitution got started in the Declaration of Independence. This is how nations begin. Everybody else can't agree. Everybody else can't cooperate. Everybody else can't respond to the truth. But a few of us do, and we become the governing body of those who can't. This is natural right here. And you can see it flowering up within hip hop and within these teachings and within what's going on within hip hop right now. Think about this for a minute. This conversation we're having right now is the most important conversation in hip hop worldwide. Challenge that if you like. This conversation that you're on right now is the most important, not because it's KRS or the Temple of Hip Hop or what I think I'm teaching is so great. What we are discussing is the preservation of us. What we are discussing is the further development of us. There is no other conversation more important than the preservation of yourself. You can't have nothing without yourself. This is the most important conversation that hip hop can have with itself, its own preservation and development. Now, if you're immature and can't rise to that truth, this ain't for you. And you won't receive the gifts and the rewards of the awareness. It just ain't for you. But if you can see this, then the reward, the enlightenment and awareness comes with rewards. You don't just get enlightened and then it's okay, now I know, like you do in school. You go there for 4 years, spend all your money, you just come out with a receipt, your degree, and then they tell you, oh yeah, you smart. What? I feel kind of stupid right now. Like, really? 4 years and then now I got debt on me and I don't feel smart. No, hip-hop school doesn't teach. I'm just reiterating what we talked about today. Hip-hop school is not that. We're not going to teach our children that they were slaves and that they were slave owners. No, we'll teach adults that. You adults can learn, you know what? Here's what happened, 1609. Let's get into this, But little kids? Nah, wait a minute. You trying to keep us slaves. You're not trying to liberate us or abolish slavery. You're trying to make slavery our narrative. Like, that's what it is for us. And thus, us trying to understand slavery, we acting it out. We acting it out. We got to rise from this. Not just Black people, all hip hop. We have an opportunity to rise from this. Shout out to all the people in Iran right now doing their thing. Big up to everybody that's doing their thing to throw off repressive regimes, telling you what to do with your body, your environment, what to do with your mind. Throw that off. Throw that off. We don't need that no more. Colonialism and imperialism is falling everywhere, everywhere. And we got to help it to fall quicker. So this is the Temple of Hip Hop. And this is what we are about. We'll return next week, Sunday, 12 o'clock is how we gets down, Eastern time. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. Like I said, we're out here to preserve hip hop, lift our people up. When I say our people, I mean hip hop, whoever you are. Everybody on this call, in the sound of my voice, I wish you health, love, awareness, and wealth. My intent is that. Health, love, awareness, and wealth. That's what I really want for you. It makes me happy that you're happy. That's what I want. My happiness is found in your happiness. My success is found in your success. I don't have nothing else to be successful for. I'm already successful. So the only thing I have left is your success. I'm happier now with your success. Make sure you guys keep yourselves healthy, aware, loving. Keep the hate out of your life. Don't worry about poverty. Perfect your skills. This is what wealth is about. Wealth connected to health, well-being. If you're listening to me right now, even if you're sick, you're going to get better. If you're listening to me right now, you got no money, don't worry. Always think that something great is about to happen, and it will. And it will. You got to send in your testimony too and let me know what it is. I'm guarantee you, this ain't no mystical experience or nothing. This is straight logic. If you get what you see, you better hear me. You get what you see. Your perception is your only reality. So visualize wealth and put yourself in the picture. I'm going to hit you guys off with this United Way piece. I teamed up with the United Way some weeks ago, we did a concert and a couple meet and greet kind of thing with the United Way. They're fighting poverty, homelessness, trying to bring people together. We did some work with them, and we put this little PSA together that's actually going to them, donated services from Time Journey Parker. She put this piece together for them, and they went bonkers over it. I'm gonna show it to you right now. And so on. But shout out to the United Way and all organizations that's working against poverty, homelessness, disunity within the nation, ignorance, all organizations like that. We support that Temple of Hip Hop. All right, check this out. I'll see you guys next week.
Okay, so welcome to another exciting day. Oh, first of all, there's a storm happening right now. Storm going down right now. This is just for the sake of record and for history. This is Hurricane Ian. We're here in North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina, with the United Way. And the United Way is an organization, a 100-year-old organization that aims to tackle poverty and homelessness and hunger and bringing people closer together. It's a community-based organization. I've always heard about United Way, but not from the depth that I've now been able to read, study, catch it, so their website. And plus they invited me here as well to rock the mic, among other things. And I'm excited about that. That's really hot. So shout out to the United Way. Let's get it started. The rain just came down a little bit. I'm gonna try to get in. I'm driving. Let's go. I want to thank y'all for coming out straight up.
Our community has spoken.
And it's time for all of us to face reality.
The pandemic and the renewed civil rights movement
highlighted real challenges many families face.
And the often overlooked existence of local poverty.
Facts can no longer be disputed.
Poverty is an everyday truth for over 57,000 people in Greater Greensboro.
1 out of every 4 children
in Greensboro is growing up in poverty.
There are neighborhoods in our community
where over 40% of the population
have lived in poverty for multiple generations.
Poverty is relentless.
And decades of systemic issues
have disproportionately impacted people of color.
These facts are unacceptable.
Our community has proven time and time again
that we can accomplish anything when we are united.
That's why for over a year, United Way of Greater Greensboro listened to
and collaborated with thousands of people in our community
to take our efforts of ending local poverty to the next level.
Together, we developed a bold goal that belongs to all of us.
As a community united in equity and lasting solutions,
3,000 households in Greater Greensboro
will leave generational poverty by 2030.
Imagine, on average, over 300 households per year
leaving poverty over the next 9 years.
At United Way, everything we do is committed to helping people leave poverty.
We collaborate with nonprofits, businesses, leaders,
and caring people from all across our community
to generate collective impact. United, we will achieve the bold goal
by creating and funding strategic partnerships
with proven outcomes
that provide education, training, and support
to help people get jobs that can provide for their households.
We'll continue to operate our nationally recognized family success centers,
where children and adults are receiving coordinated services in one location.
And bold goals require bold innovation,
which is why we're developing a county-wide mobile-friendly network
that will connect people to services
and coordinators
who will help them identify,
track, and achieve their personal goals of leaving poverty.
We cannot do this work alone.
It's time to put our collective efforts into building a community that benefits all of us.
Local children, adults, and families need your support.
It's time to be bold.
Visit UnitedWayGSO.org
to learn more, take action, and make a donation today.